futuristic solutions to make quantum improvements across all our businesses, resulting in smart engineering, smart manufacturing, smart project management, smart infrastructure. Our proven global expertise in infotech, as well as technology services, enables us to solve complex business problems at the convergence of the physical and digital worlds, both internally and for major clients across the globe, including a large number of Fortune 500 companies. Disruptive technologies like the Internet of Things are changing the way we live and work. We are leveraging our rich engineering heritage with these new technologies to offer businesses worldwide services that enhance efficiency and productivity. By exploiting analytics for innovation, we are transforming the way these industries operate. Cities are the beating heart of the world's economy. Their speed and scale of expansion presents a choice. Megacity Toubro, or an inviting urban environment. A smart city. A smart city involves the application of information-based systems for better governance and services. With expertise in both infrastructure and new-age technologies, L&T is the edge in implementing India's mission to make 100 cities resident-friendly and sustainable. Every day we help light up hundreds of villages, empower businesses and industry.
இப்போதைக்கு இதை மூணா போகிற மாதிரி சமாளிங்க. நான் வீட்டுக்கு போய் ட்ரை பண்ணலாம். மேலே போய்க்குங்க. கரெக்டாக நேராக பிடிக்கும். கேமரா நீங்கள் பிடிக்கும். கேமரா மட்டும் பிடிங்கண்ணே. கேமரா கையில் பிடிங்க. இதில் பிடிங்க. ஹேண்டில் இருக்குல்ல, இதில் பிடிங்க. கிளாம்ப் இருக்கு அடியில் இது கைக்கிடவா இல்லை இருக்காது. அதான் லைவ் போயிட்டுருக்கு. நான் நல்லா டெக்னிக் பாருங்க.
Nuclear fusion has the potential to replace every other source of energy. Larsen and Toubro is collaborating on a global project to build the world's first thermal nuclear reactor in southern France, a potential step towards an abundance of energy that could power the planet for millions of years. Till such time alternative energy sources reach full maturity, hydrocarbons remain the principal source of the world's energy supply. Our presence spans the entire hydrocarbon value chain, from exploration to refining to erecting complete plants. Through products derived from hydrocarbons, we touch your life every day. Through our technology leadership, we now have the capability to build complete launch systems to place satellites into orbit, opening up limitless possibilities for the future. Technology is pushing from every direction. The future doesn't belong to the faint-hearted. It belongs to the resilient. It belongs to those who strive, who seek, and do not yield. The future belongs to the brave.
Before we proceed further, I would like to quickly run through some important safety guidelines to ensure everyone's well-being during the event. We are mainly on the first floor of the convention center in the main hall. This hall is equipped with 3 exits, 2 on the sides and 1 on the rear. In case of any emergencies such as fire, please calmly use the staircase or the ramp to exit the building. Your safety is our top priority, so please keep these guidelines in mind. Next, we proceed with the lighting of the ceremonial lamp. I would like to invite Dr. C. Jayakumar, CHRO L&T, Dr. Kanchana, Vice Chancellor VIT, Dr. Jha, Vice Chancellor Manav Rashna University, Mr. Sanjay and Ms. Feben to the stage to do the honors.
Nikan.
Thank you everyone. Now it's time to officially kick off our event. I would like to invite Dr. Angutambi B onto the stage for the welcome address. As he makes his way up, let's take a moment to watch our L&T EduTech video, which highlights our vision and commitment to shaping the future of education.
Inside every person is a performer waiting to be discovered. Inside every performer is a leader straining to be unleashed. Inside every leader is a whole community to be influenced. Inside every transformed community is a nation that's marching forward. For us, for them, for the whole wide world. Let's bring out the more in them. L&T EduTech, bring out the more in them. In a nation brimming with people power, the potential is unlimited. All that needs to be done is to nurture human capital in the right way. That's where L&T EduTech comes in, working with academia and enterprises to skill up the people for the future. College CONNECT is L&T EduTech's unique offering to universities and colleges that bridges the industry-academia gap. It provides students with skills that make them job ready from day one, given the width and depth of the L&T Group's
experience in engineering, projects, finance, IT services, and all business functions. College Connect provides updated knowledge and skills to the next generation of students and faculty. Work Connect is the talent solutions offering from L&T EduTech that helps enterprises assess, upskill, and reskill their employees as organizations look at strategic HR approaches to lead transformation. Work Connect harnesses the expertise of the L&T Group's business successes in various verticals. These, together with their specialty services in assessments and the unique skill exchange, position L&T EduTech to boldly unleash the human potential in India. L&T EduTech, bring out the more in them.
Warm good morning, one and all. On behalf of L&T EduTech, the Larsen and Toubro group, I welcome all of you, all the delegates, for taking time and attending this very important event at this juncture when technological changes are trying to change the talent landscape. So we are glad to present you our first edition of L&T EduTech's CONNECT', which is a convergence of industry and academic leaders from across India. Can we give a big round of applause to all the delegates who are here today? We are right from institutions at Assam, institutions at Chandigarh, Delhi, up to a rural college of Kanyakumari. We have representation from everyone, and I sincerely welcome each one of you for coming to this event and witnessing this industry academia convergence. I welcome all the speakers of the day. We already have many of them here. I don't want to read out the names. We have experts from both academia and industry. We have senior vice chancellors from leading universities, including PIT, Manavachna, Sitharam University, so on and so forth. We have all almost half of the Indian education students are from these universities who have come here today. So which indirectly means that whatever we speak today is going to reach to so many people across India. I welcome all these speakers. I welcome all the HR heads. We have CHOs of various companies who are here today. I welcome all of you. And I do thank and welcome Dr. Sitharam, who is the chairman of AICTE, All India Course of Technical Education. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it directly, but he said somehow I want to talk to all of them. So we are, he's going to join us virtually. And evening we are also going to have Dr. Toubro, the director of AICTE. I welcome all the delegates once again, and I welcome our CHRO, Mr. C.J. Kumar, for this inaugural program. And also virtually we will be having, we are going to have a message from our CMP, Mr. N Subrahmanyan. So once again, I warmly welcome all of you. And this is unlike a regular event. We had curated such a way that there are keynotes from key leaders from both industry and academia. A well-packed panel discussions, 3 panel discussions with a good mix of industry and academia together, because whenever we go to industry forums, we find only the HR fraternity talking or only the academic fraternity talking. Now we decided that being L&T, the national builders, when we put together both of them in a single table to discuss about some of the crucial issues like how do we build the skill gap, how do industry work with academia, so on and so forth. So we have a whole packed day for all of you. With this, let me invite Mr. Sitharam T.G, the Chief Executive of L&T EduTech, to give his opening address. A big round of applause to invite
Thank you. Once again, good morning all, and a warm welcome to L&T and our campus. It's an honor to invite and have all of you here on the eve of Teachers' Day, right? So if you, it's not accidental that we are having our first CONNECT'24, but our first edition of L&T EduTech on a day that is before the Teachers' Day. All of us in our life, all grouped by the teachers, and all of us also play the role of teachers to a lot of people, including our own kids. is the quote that reminds first is about what we talk about. Okay, so it's all about the teachers are the one who bring the best out of all of us, right? And in that context, that's where we partnered with all of it. The heritage of, if you look at it, how it started. Number one, it's all started from the L&T group, which spans across, it's a $27 billion company, spans across, as you saw in the video, engineering, IT, financial services, and all the manufacturing sector. And we always take the pride to say that we are the national builders. Now from there, we also want to contribute to the talent of the nation, because as you see, in the next 5 to 10 years, we keep on talking about India is the youngest nation taking to the levels, contributing to the entire global GDP. That context, the future talent lies in India. Now that comes to the question of how we build that talent to the requirement of the industry. It's always been a question saying that, because I've been in the industry on the other side as well for so long, always from the industry they say that I don't get the right people, and for the academia we are producing so much engineers and other talent right across the management and the financial sector who are ready to be absorbed in the industry. That's where this EduTech thought as an initiative started. And in fact, a lot of times L&T people say it's for learning and training. In a way, L&T stands for learning and training as well, because the industry we were in for so many years requires quite significant manpower to build anything, right? That's how it is. So in that context, it has been always in our basic DNA of this learning and training. That's how we started. And if you look at it today, when you look at L&T EduTech, as you saw in the video as well, there are two major segments that we work on. One is closely working with the academia, which we call as a college connect business, that actually work with them to make sure that the students who are entering into the industry get the right skill. Right? So we always look towards that skill as the word to make sure that they get a lot of knowledge from the college, from the teachers, because it is always Guru is the one who is giving all the knowledge. But at the same time, to bring the industry perspective to get the right skill, that's why we partner with them and then to bring that element of it in different segment. Second is on the enterprise side of it. Today's handling the Gen Z talent coming into the system, significant challenges of how do we reskill and upskill them, because technology is everywhere in every industry. It is not only technology doesn't mean IT today. Technology is everywhere. In fact, if you have heard about hearing our chairman's message in L&T, it is becoming quite a lot of a technology company across. Even in engineering is where we are bringing so much technology changes. So in that context, there is a significant amount of upskilling and reskilling required in the enterprise business. That's where our work connect business comes in. Now, how do we do this? We look at a spectrum of the talent, right? And it starts from the day they join the higher education stream till up to 8 to 10 years of their entire flow, right? And if you look at that way, what we are doing on the college side, we do have 3 major programs that we currently run. One is the integrated program that runs across, which is basically getting it up to say 25-30 credit that we can create some curated courses with all our industry experts coming in, giving some practical training, and we run through that as a integrated program. The second is all about the specific skill enhancement that is required. We call as employability skill program, ESP, that runs it. The third, which is launched recently and going significantly well that we started, is a PG industry integrated programs. Because one of the major thing that came out is the PG is not going that well in most of the academic institutions. We said, how do we bring that element, and that also is required by the industry. So we started that as well. Again, all of this is across engineering as well as the IT sector that we do. The other segment is on the enterprise side of it as well. Often the talent acquisition, most of the HR leaders here will agree, start far into the, nowadays it has gone into the 5th and 6th semester of the engineering itself, if it is engineering, or even if it is an arts and science, it goes into the end of second year to early start of third year. From there onwards, we have started molding the students in such a way that they take to the right skill, acquire it, and then go to the industry. So in that context, we have few programs specifically curated for that. What is the MBA, which is a learn before joining, we call, because instead of taking in the talent into the industry and then do another 3 to 6 months of fresher training, which typically happens, it's like a left shift method. Because typically in the last semester, today in most of the academic institutions, it is allocated for the project work. We can leverage that to the maximum and then see how we can curate the content that is very specific to those enterprises we are tying up, give it to them in the last semester itself, so that they are actually production ready from the day one, right? And after they coming in, then obviously we learn through that, and that's where the upskilling and reskilling comes in, because today, whether existing employees or you, everyone has to come up with the technology, whether it is Gen AI or data science, everyone has to learn. It doesn't matter who you are going to be. So that means quite a significant upskilling and reskilling is needed. That's why we play a big role on giving them that upskilling and reskilling. And finally, the project management and the leadership is one of the core strength of L&T itself. And most of you, all of you know already, we do have a leadership institute at Toubro. We have significant investment that we do for our own people in that campus. So we are taking some of that element to the industry, bringing the leadership and the management skills as well. Now, how do we do this? We do have a plethora of all our own technology, whether it is a learning management system, assessment solution, connecting the industry and the academia through our portal called the Skill Exchange. Everything is all built on our own. And all these things have been mentioned today and then we are offering across. Now, if you look back what the way it is typically called a business as a startup, it is close to a 3+ year old company that we started with the sole motto of skill to employ, learn from masters. That's our core vision and statement that we started 3 years back. From there, at every stage, we started creating our own platform. Because one message that was given to us very clearly from the chairman is let's build our own and then do it. And then with the sole focus of building that skill and make them employable. In that context, we created our own, there are multiple milestones as you can see in this slide. Every year we started, whether it is a content related, that we build our own content of engineering, because while IT content is available everywhere, a lot of players are doing it, core engineering content is very limited. And that's where we make the difference that we add that as well along with the IT that we brought in. Our own assessment platform, as I said, that is becoming significant because we are offering both online as well as the center-based testing today. That is cut across all the different colleges, or it can be government institutions or enterprises that they can leverage. And latest we are going into the segment of even the PG program launch, etc. in the last 2-3 quarters. What we have achieved, as you can see the numbers, more than 500,000 assessment is done. More than 150,000 learners have been trained by us in the last 2.5 years. We have close to 83 academic partners and then 25+ enterprise partners. So that's where we are. With this, we are looking towards the next stage, what we call as L&T EduTech 2.0. Where we want to take to a mass scale now. Because the initial in any organization, as most of you will agree, is the first 2-3 years is the settling time. Put your base foundation right, base your bedrock right. Once your bedrock is right, it's all about taking off. And that's the stage we are in, and that's where this first CONNECT'24 we have invited all of you to be here, and then part of us in taking this journey to the next level. Thank you very much in that. And in that context of 2.0 taking off, I would like to request our chief guest, Dr. CJK, who can to give the keynote address today. Now, interestingly, Dr. CJK is part of this journey from day one. He literally nurtured us. And in a way, before the Teachers' Day, I'm calling him, he's also like a guru for this particular initiative, taking from 2021 to where we are today. So it will be very apt to invite him to deliver the keynote address. Welcome, Dr. CJK. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. There's a small change I would request. Since our AICTE chairman was about to leave to another appointment, I will be requesting our AICTE chairman to deliver the keynote address, and then I will be requesting Dr. CJK. Sorry for this inconvenience. Can we bring online? So just a second, sir, we are just a second, sir, we are making it live. Hope it's audible to you. Yes.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Sir, welcome to L&T EduTech CONNECT on behalf of L&T and L&T EduTech, and on behalf of the entire academic and industry leaders who are assembled here, around 200 of such leaders. We are very glad to have you here to inaugurate this particular initiative of L&T EduTech CONNECT. So, Dr. Sitharam needs no introduction to this crowd because he is the man who leads the technical education for our nation, is chairman of AICTE. I would request you to deliver your inaugural address. You are live here now.
Namaskar. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be there here online on the L&T EduTech CONNECT' 2024. It's an honor for me to address such a gathering of all the educationalists who are assembled at L&T EduTech CONNECT. Friends, today we are living in exciting times, particularly in this digital era. The world is changing very fast with disruptive innovations, and it is impacting every sphere of our life. Research and innovation are basically two closely related concepts that play a critical role in driving the progress and also advancement in various fields. I was listening to Dr. Anubhambi and also Sanjay Renathan, so I would like to share. See, today Indian higher education is the third largest in the world. With 26.5 crore children at school education. Our challenge is actually, right now in higher education, we have hardly 4.3 crore children. That means 28.3% is the class implementation. Today, out of these 26.5 crore children, another 4 to 5 crore children are going to come in 10 more years for higher education. That means we need to create a large number of universities, or we need to look at newer ways, innovative ways of delivering education itself. So that's the class that we are all sitting in. And see, for today we have close to about 1,200 universities and 45,000 colleges to accommodate these 4.3 crore children. And also he talked about master's students. And let me tell you, majority of those students, whether it is in arts, science, commerce, or engineering, all of them are basically undergraduate, a 3 or 4 year program. 80% of the students are in the 80% of 4.3 crore children who are in higher education are in undergraduate. Okay. Master's program is hardly about 10 to 12%. And remaining goes to the other parts, like diploma programs as well as some of the PhD programs. So looking at this challenge as a nation, we want to also be in the top. So as we know, in the economy we are already the 5th largest and going to be the third largest. To become really sustain that growth of economy, we have to be doing very well in higher education. Looking at all the developed world, whichever country you take, they are smaller compared to India, but over the gross democratic product, GDPs are very high. Along with that, they have a very high enrollment in gross domestic ratios in the higher education. For example, Japan, Korea, almost they have 90 to 95% gross domestic ratio. In US, have about 75%. So looking at this kind of a growth, and we are at 28.3. Our own plan of National Education Policy 2020 envisions that we are going to have a gross domestic ratio of 50% by 2035. 2035 is hardly 11 years. So let's look at how did we grow in the higher education numbers. In 2001, we had 11% of the gross domestic ratio. So in 2024, we are at 28.3. It means 18.3% gross domestic ratio we have grown over a period of 24 years. We want to grow another 22% in 11 years. So this is the challenge in front of us. But looking at, as I told you, we are looking at taking lives. This is the areas of digital technologies, particularly it has done very well, and digital development, digital public groups, public digital emphasis is very high. Even starting from Aadhaar, we have done exceedingly well in many other digital products which are really put us in a better space to connect nook and corner of the country, whether it is by density or accessibility to the internet and all that. So in this world now we have to look at how we are going to nurture the future in that. So all of us will agree that, those who are teachers at least will agree, there is a lot of talent in Indian rural masses particularly, okay? But we have to give them an opportunity. So let's look at in the creation of the talent, what we have done in engineering and management education. As a society, majority of us are good in math and basic science. And in that scenario, India has reasonably done well. Today, in the list of publications produced from India, we are in the top four countries in the world, and it is growing very well. And similarly, patents filing also, a lot of patents are being filed by scientists and students and researchers. And then, in terms of startups, all of you know, we are the third largest capital of the world, startup capital of the world, and with 140,000 startups. And so, what All India Council for Technical Education has done, I think all of you know that AICTE became a regulator in 87, and as you all know today, we don't call ourselves as regulators, we like to be a facilitator. In this facilitation process, AICTE has taken engineering and management education to a new level, and we do have a curriculum which is integrated, what is leader from the industry collaboration, so a lot of industry experts and academic experts sit at AICTE and develop this curriculum. And as you know, AICTE has one small office, so all our experts come from the education sector of India, that is higher education sector. So we do know that we have a different hierarchical institutions like IITs and Institute of Science and other top institutions which are focusing on research and innovation. And the second round is the professional courses, where that is where AICTE is going to come with 3,600 engineering colleges, another 3,500 diploma colleges, and another 1,500 management schools and standalone management institutions. And it always, the third level is the basic BCom degree, and that's where large number of students are also there, in the bottom run. Even in the second, we do not have so much, if you look at it, about a crore student would be out of these higher education of 4.3 crore, then fall into engineering, professional courses, including management and other management programs. So if you look at from 1987 onwards, how many engineering graduates we have graduated, AICTEs onwards. So it's close to 1.5 crore engineers are graduated. And today, these are the engineers who are working almost to name the company, they are there everywhere. Today we have close to about 2,000 companies, international known companies in India, who have created the global capability centers right in India to serve the whole world. So I think in engineering and management education, we have done reasonably well, I will say. And we have not only just delivered for India for the whole world. So today, if you look at the technology companies anywhere in the world, we have actually an Indian has to be. That's the way situation has gone. So if you imagine that in 10 more years we are going to add 50% plus income ratio, and with the large number of engineering colleges are still taking students. But there are some issues which also have to be addressed. The issues are, and majority of them are going into the emerging areas, technology-wise, and how AICTE is addressing. I would like to just follow on that for the August audience today. AICTE believes strongly that core engineering is here to stay. It is going to be there, and there will be an emphasis, and it is a cycle, it's going to come back. And how we confident that? So to do that process also, what we have done, we have created a scholarship, because today we do not have shortage of civil, mechanical, electrical or core engineering students. We don't have shortage, but we do not get good quality students coming into these programs. So this is the major issue, and how do we address to attract good students through these core engineering programs is one such issue. I think this EduTech CONNECT has to be taken because they need to be innovative. I think the basics engineering programs are very, very essential. So skill-based learning has also become a necessity today as we living in this unprecedented transformation. So LEP 2020 emphasizes on practicals and hands-on skilling rather than classroom-based learning. So even AICTE has created Idea Labs, which this year I announced another 150 Idea Labs, which is the hub of activities, and our innovation councils, Institute Innovation Councils are also doing exceedingly well. So we do have across the country conduct IT boot camps, innovation, design thinking, and entrepreneurship boot camps. So, and also we are making our students aware of their intellectual property rights. We are supporting them, 5 pages. So there are many such activities. I would request each one of you maybe to take a look at the AICTE website, and one or two of them which I would like to highlight is AICTE's internship program. We have made now internship mandatory at Toubro, and we also support through the link of Institute Industry Interactions. So we have our portal AICTE internship program has 75,000 companies offering internships. 50 lakhs internships have been completed in the last 1 year. So this is a really amazing. So the paid and unpaid and many kinds of more engineering companies are also offering these internships. And another thing is we have created a AICTE career portal so that our students are also now placed, because employment is key, and that only we will be able to really. So this AICTE career portal, I would like you to take a look at it, because we do have more than 7 lakh companies across the world on that portal, and we wanted to increase their presence of our students on that portal. And this connects, not only connects the employer to the students, it also trains the students in the soft skills, whether it is resume preparation or how to prepare for an interview. And there are communities to ask questions on this platform. So AICTE is actually, that's why I said it is a facilitator. We are making a lot of effort in making, and we have integrated skilling. Now up to 40% of the courses of UGC and AICTE says, which can be taken through skilling. That is on Swayam platform, courses on self-learning, or it could be used on Swayam Plus, or it could also be used using NEET portal, National Education Alliance for Technology, what AICTE runs through the EduTech companies, and all those are accredited. So these these are the concepts about future learning. And how do we bridge this skill gap among our students? So students have to be allowed to take courses which are very relevant, which may be domain skills, digital skills, or any other skills while they are in the college. So we have actually signed up MOUs with large companies like Google, Meta, Amazon, Salesforce, Cisco, IBM to ensure and fill the gap between the academy and industry, and also train these students on future skills while they are in the college. So our role as AICTE is to endorse and support initiatives that bring real-world skills into the classroom, ensuring that students are equipped to meet the dynamic demands of the global job market. So today, we recognize, all these industries are coming to us, so it is very, very important, so that we are not just discussing the need of the bridge the gap between industry and academia. We are taking concrete steps to create policies that will shape the future of education in India. Today, we also recognize we are here at L&T EduTech CONNECT'. What L&T is making remarkable strides in this direction also we would like to learn. So that's why this meeting is there. This partnership basically exemplifies how collaboration between industry leaders and academic institutions can drive transformative change. Through AICTE efforts, educational institutions are now empowered to integrate specialized industry design courses into their curriculum. So many courses, giant courses we have offered with industry. I can name one or two of them, but if I name it, then it will become a so it is an institute, so names also will come in industry, and so I'll avoid this at the point. If some of you are interested, we can share those. Which are the companies that jointly working on 50-50 model, that means one plus one model. There, 1 year they spend in the industry and 1 year they carry postgraduate programs as well as undergraduate program. So we need to do, when I say postgraduate, we need to do a lot of postgraduate because, as I told you, AICTE also distributes a lot of scholarships. And this scholarship, one of them is a tech scholarship, postgraduate scholarship. Hardly there are 50% of them are now not taken up. That means not many students are coming to the MTech programs in the country. That is the reason is maybe we are directly admitting them to PhD, and even industry people are giving much weightage to only the tech program, and BTech program with skilling is the one what they look for rather than MTech. So these things I think you need to debate in these kind of meetings, and how do we bring changes to this. So AICTE approach is always working together, learning from each other. So we have centered on the learners, how important it is. So we are focusing on the students. So it's all about open-based education, where student is a central pillar of the entire education system. So in today's educational landscape, it is crucial that learning is self-driven also. So we are encouraging, as per the AICTE 2020, we want students all to learn themselves rather than just in the classroom. So the Soil Plus will offer actually that kind of a beautiful platform, and there are many other public domain platforms are there. We need more than 100 companies. National Education Alliance for Technology and the AICTE website. There are more than 100 EduTech companies which are offering different programs. So as the technology reshapes the world, particularly AI and generative AI, is actually the transforming the way we will work in the future. So many job roles will actually become eliminated because these kind of new generative AI and quantum technologies have changed the entire space of this. So where we need to embrace these new technologies. So we have made mandatory to all our students to learn these courses, even for core engineering and other students as well. That means we have taken AI mission in the AICTE. We would like to train more than 1 crore students in 5 years to come. So AICTE also, one more scheme I would like to announce which Ministry of Education has brought. Today we have, using the digital public goods, we have created a ID. It's a unique ID for every student. If your students, I call upon the Vice Chancellor, if your students are not having an RID and academic bank credits, please encourage them to register immediately. Why I am saying in this program of Ministry of Education, already 30.5 crore children are being registered, including school education to higher education. So if some of your institutes have been not on this portal, please ask them to join immediately, and universities should make an attempt to create these IDs for every student. So these are unique IDs, a PAR ID, and that will become a PAR ID along with the basic academic bank of credit and the national credit framework, which gives a lot of flexibility between microcredits, skilling, and self-learning courses. It will be the new QR code for young learners of India. So this will be the new methodology. So AICTE vision to create this ecosystem where this would be asynchronous using the digital platforms across industry, academia, and educational institutions. So this is where our vision is also to create an ecosystem where industry and academia work in tandem to drive innovation and excellence. That's where the role of institute innovation comes. I just wanted to tell you, AICTE institutions have created close to about 10,000 patents in the last 1 year, and also generated about 6,600 new startups. Okay, so this is a new sort of a culture in our educational institutions and colleges. So this, I think, I would like you to, if you don't have Institute Innovation Council, please connect with Ministry Innovation Council at AICTE. We will help you to connect. Among all these, we should also look at how Indian knowledge system also plays a major role. IKS is also located at AICTE. So we need to bring Bharatiyata into our academic curriculum, and slowly we need to teach some of these very correct facts about the science and engineering in our India to our young people. So the initiatives like AICTE Idea Labs provides hands-on experience with the latest technologies, and our ongoing efforts to promote internship platforms. As I told you, both the AICTE internship portal, the AICTE career portal, we are dedicated to enhance the practical skills of students. These
So this group has got multiple institutions in the state of Pondicherry, and they said, let us give this to every single student of our institution. So a big round of applause, being the first institution to serve. Just a word from Dr. Jayakumar.
Good morning all, and good morning educators and ladies from L&T. And it's really been a great and proud moment for us to just have a start today with our college, and our students are really lucky enough to get this great initiative of this L&T EduTech, this online courses. And very sure, all 10,000 students of our group of institution are going to greatly benefit out of this one in the next 1 year time. When I come for the next connect, very sure, and I will share experience the kind of benefit all our 10,000 students will get out of this particular L&T EduTech online courses. Okay. Once again, special thanks to Anil sir and L&T team for giving us this great opportunity, being a part of today's event, and it's really proud for us. Thank you so much. And have advanced wishes to all the educators present here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. With this, we've come to the end of the inaugural session. We'll now take a short tea break. Beverages and snacks have been arranged for the delegates downstairs in the dining hall. Please use the 2 exits to go down. We'll start the second session at 11:40. Request everyone to come back and be seated by them. Thank you.
everybody drop.
லைனில் தான் இருக்குது. அப்புறமையாக இருக்குது. ஹெட்ஃபோன் போட்டு செக் பண்ணி பார்க்கலாம். இது இன்புட் 2 சேனல்லே வர மாதிரி செட் பண்ணுவேன். செகண்ட் சேனல் ஓப்பனில் இருக்குல்ல, அதை வந்து ஆமாம்
me up, I'm on the clock. Put me on top, everybody drop.
இது ஒன்று ஓப்பன் வச்சுக்காங்க.
ஒரு சேனல் மட்டும் வர மாதிரி பண்ணுறாங்களே.
ஒரு சேனல் தான் எனக்கு தெரியும்.
Oh, run me up, I'm on the clock. Put me on top, everybody drop. Oh, run me up, I'm on the clock. Put me on top, everybody drop.
Check, check. Mic check. Check, check, check. நீங்கள் போடுங்க, ரெண்டுத்தையும் போடுங்க, பார்த்துக்கலாம். ஓகேவா? செக் பண்ணுங்க. ஓகேவா? க்ளீனாக இருக்கா? எக்கோ இருக்கா? செக், 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 செக். செக், 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 செக். செக், 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 செக். செக். ஸ்டெரியோவில் இருக்கு.
Then let them only take.
Oh, run me up, I'm on the clock. Put me on top, everybody drop.
செக் செக் ஆன்ல இருக்கா தீபக்? இது செக் 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 1 2 3 ஹலோ மைக் செக் 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 சத்தமா பேசுவாங்க எல்லாருமே. செக், ஹலோ, செக் 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 1 2 3 ஹலோ செக் 1 2 3 ஹலோ செக். ஓகேவா?
Oh, bring me up, I'm on the clock. Put me on top, everybody drop.
settle down. Just a small announcement. A phone was found downstairs in the dining hall. In case someone has misplaced the phone, please come and collect it. It's time to begin our first panel discussion on the future of learning. I now invite our moderator, Ms. Anita Jaipal, Head of HR, to the dais and commence the session, please.
A very good morning to one and all. I know after tea, it's a lot of catching up and network. Requesting all of the delegates to assemble. Thank you. A very warm welcome to one and all, to delegate, my esteemed speakers, panelists, our own fellow colleagues. I take this opportunity to welcome, and we are very pleased to start the first panel discussion on the topic Future of Learning. As we talk, I would like to invite the speakers for this panel discussion. The first speaker I would like to invite is Dr. Rajul K. Gajar. She is the Vice Chancellor of Gujarat Technical University with 35 years of experience in engineering education. She holds a doctorate in civil engineering and actively contributes to the national state level advisory councils, including AICTE and NBA. Dr. Rajul is experienced research director, demonstrated history of working in leadership positions in engineering education. She possesses and has done a lot of work on research on performance-based indices and large-scale approval systems. She is recognized for a strong research acumen and commitment to outcome-based education and professional development. Welcoming you, ma'am. Please put your hands together. Thank you. The next speaker I would like to invite, Dr. Subrahmanyan, is a Vice President of UPS India Tech Center with over 15 years of leadership experience, specializing in delivering complex transformational projects and implementing enterprise-wide technology strategies. Dr. Subrahmanyan, fondly called as Subbu, holds PhD in management and has done his MBA from IIM. He excels in client partnerships, ensuring customer delight, leading globally diversified teams. He's an accomplished public speaker in industry forums, member, governing council, board of studies in various academic institutions, and also been an author of the seller Shape It. He's a member of the board in UPS and also a certified quality analyst and IBM recognized speaker. Welcome, Subbu. Thank you. I think all of you had a great tea. L&T definitely doesn't disappoint people when it comes to tea. So I want you to have more noise and appreciate people when you're inviting the speakers. Thank you. Now I'm happy to invite our own ex-colleague, friend, philosopher, Dr. Dipendra Jha. He's the Vice Chancellor of Manvarachna University with over 25 years of experience, specializing in integrating technology into experience and bridging the industry gap. He's well-versed data-driven decision-making, outcome-based education, fostering a global adaptable perspective. Dr. Jha holds a doctorate in artificial complex systems engineering. His work spans out experiences over a wide range of electric utility companies, academic institutions in India, Nepal, and Japan. He holds a patent and authored a number of publications in these fields in several reputed international journals and conference proceedings. Dr. Jha has been the chairperson of the inspection teams of the National Board of Accreditation to several institutions. He's a lifelong learner, researcher at heart, believes in enabling future leaders by encouraging inclusive and disruptive growth. Happy to have you back, Dr. Jha. When it always comes to inviting my own fellow colleagues from the HR fraternity, and this is kind of a bond. We anyways connect, and so is with Suman Mitra. Suman Mitra, my friend, he's a CHRO at St. Gobain with 27 years of experience across industries. He excels in driving performance, strategic initiatives, fostering a culture of innovation and collaboration. Suman Mitra is an MBA with University of Calcutta. Suman is passionate about coaching and mentoring, and he is certified from CFI. Suman believes that his mission is to create a positive and impactful work environment for wider Gobain community. I think since morning, we are all discussing about what is the future. How is the future? What have we planned for the future? And I think each one of us are playing a role, and that's why all of us are here. We are here today to discuss a topic of paramount importance, the future of learning. The world is changing at unprecedented times, driven by technological advancements and societal shifts. All of you will agree that this session will delve into the future of technologies in learning, including integration of AI, emerging technologies in education, preparing students for the future challenges. Ultimately, students today are the employees of tomorrow, which, like our CHRO said, it is a talent of every industry. In the evolution of educational methodologies and practices, we would love to hear from our panelists. We should adapt to these changes to ensure our students, employees are equipped with the skills and knowledge they thrive in future. So, I will start by asking our esteemed panelists probably the opening statement on the topic, future of learning, and probably I'll pass on the mic. Over to you, Dr.
Thank you, Anita. Good morning, one and all. As he said, it's like for me, homecoming. Excited to meet everyone. Thank you for making me started. It was in late 18th century to the 19th century, beginning of 19th century, the first industrial revolution happened. And you will have to see how the demand changed, and therefore academia also had to reciprocate. Initially, it was during first industrial revolution, the demand of the industry was having a workforce which is obedient, which is disciplined, who can do certain things, what industry wanted at that moment, with some skill set. The formal education was introduced, the formal even primary, secondary education was introduced, and that time the need of industry was different. When the second industrial revolution came during late 90s to early 20s, slightly, the public education system was expanded. Vocational education came because there were other streams also coming, for example, manufacturing, electricity, all those things came, those different, this thing, not only the construction. So the requirement was different. The vocational, education, this thing came. And, people had to be skilled in different, sectors. So, but the teaching continued to be teacher-centric. The teaching, pedagogy continued to be teacher-centric. However, there were different pedagogical, approaches they were adopted. When it came to third industrial revolution, it was actually mid 20th century to late 20th century, the third industrial revolution. The digital, literacy came. So early days, it used to be literacy used to be general, public who can read and write. It suddenly started becoming people who are digital literate. So no longer, just you are able to read and write, you will be literate. So that thing came in third industrial revolution. And there, lifelong learning, this concept came. Why? Because things were not, prolonging for long. So it was So early days, you have one kind of a skill set, you could probably retire from that only. But that was no longer the case. And therefore, this concept of lifelong learning, learning by doing, those things came so that not only when you were a student, but when you passed out, there also you could continue. Now, the fourth industrial revolution, which came in 21st century, it is marked by AI, the era of AI. It hit actually not only, the chat GPT became a household name only a couple of years back, but AI has been there for some time. So this AI, this revolution, and now the literacy, if you define, earlier it was people who could read and write, then people who are digital literate, now who are AI literate. If you are not AI literate, you are not a literate. So this is how things have changed. Now the demand of industry has changed, and then suddenly in this era, reskilling and upskilling has become a big thing now. Because the things are changing pretty quick now. Earlier it used to be probably a generation, what you call. Now the effective generation gap is actually, people say less than 5 years, in certain cases even less than 3 years. So if you cannot, which means if you cannot upgrade or update yourself, you will be obsolete, right? Less than 3 years, you would almost talk as if you are part of, you belong to two different generations. So therefore, the quick, now how are we going to, get these things, done? The industry partnership has become, of paramount importance, these days, because they are, changing, they are doing things, and the academia has to, follow it up. In some cases, it will be, collaborative, and in some cases, academia gives this direction as well. In certain cases, we have seen, for example, AstraZeneca with Oxford coming up with, vaccine, which saved. Well, there are debates, I don't want to get into that, but it was a big thing to happen those days. So I think all these things are happening. What is going to be a differentiator now is MOOCs. These MOOCs are going to be the differentiator, the game changers now. People say that you become a celebrity teacher if you are having your own MOOCs. And this is how, because instant acceptance from the society will come. The teachers, the learners are from everywhere, not only a student, but as I said, you have to keep upgrading yourself. So I think the era of MOOC, era of, frequent, upskilling, reskilling, all these things to be done. And I take a pause here because it's the initial remarks here you said. This is an era of AI. This is an era of learning. Since late 20th century, it has been era of learning, and therefore we have been focusing on lifelong learning. But I think this is, all the more important now, right? Thank you.
So I'll take a completely different overview of what the situation is as of now in terms of the industry needs and in terms of how academia are trying to cope up to that whole disruption. So let's talk about the disruptions that are occurring. The frequency of disruptions and the scale of disruption. Now, this is where the academia has never ever been equipped or never ever been modulated, structured to look at the disruptions. Yes, it was coming, there was a lot of noise and a lot of hoopla about emerging technologies, creating new courses, creating electives for those courses, and all that stuff was happening. But suddenly with this whole phenomenon of AI, the phenomenon, in fact, also of COVID, where everyone was free to do what they wanted. That is where people realized that self-paced learning, hands-on learning is possible even without a degree, even without a university, without an institution. And the industry also realized that, okay, fine, you don't have the degree, but you have that exact skill, you are most welcome. So this is where the academia has to now really go inwards, look at how they can find their own place. Otherwise, the whole job of a teacher as a faculty of a university or as an institution is already lost. Because there are so many avenues where specific skills are available, which the industry is looking for. We also have to look at the need of not just the students, but also of the workforce. The workforce is definitely looking at upskilling, of looking at more avenues. And if not the teaching institutions, the universities, then there will be any XYZ people who will start offering this and you just don't know where it will lead. So the future of learning is creating spaces for whoever. It can be the current student, it can be the faculty, it can be the workforce. How to start rolling out modulated courses, how to add on, how these courses can be added on, maybe to a degree, maybe to a minors, honors, or to a diploma. And along with that, the industry has to also open up and say that, okay, fine, this is the skill set that is available and we are ready to take that. This handshake is going to make life easy, first and foremost, for the industry. And definitely for the teaching institutions, for the universities, it is something that we have to really relook at our structures. We have to open up, make available self-paced courses, make available any new technology. See, as you rightly said, traditionally you would look at an entire system, a structure, you would look at faculty, you would want the faculty to be there, the infrastructure to be there, and then you start rolling out those courses. Now, there is no time for that. You can't just wait for all of that to happen. First and foremost, because in the emerging technologies, there are no faculty. They have not at all been trained into it. So do you want to spend time that they go train themselves? By the time the industry has moved forward, maybe even the technology has gone obsolete. There is some new technology. Hence, we have to equip ourselves for these modular courses, for MOOCs. Not just MOOCs, because that might also lead to, in certain domains, a hybrid, hands-on, which gives very intense skill sets. And that is a niche area where everyone has to look at, and the future lies there. Thank you.
I'll take this mic. Anita. Thank you, Anita, for the first question, and thanks to L&T EduTech for organizing this session. Thanks, Dr. Jha and Dr. Rajul, for your comments. I will comment from the industry perspective, how future of learning, we look at it. First, we are looking at it in the industry that is leadership committed to the learning. So we are looking for a strong leadership commitment for the learning. Dr. Jha mentioned about the continuous learning. Whom we are going to recruit in our organization, we are telling only one criteria: learn agility. Whether somebody is having the learning agility, we are going to recruit. Simple. And I think I was hearing Dr. Jaikumar in the first half when we were talking about the agility. Again, I was looking at a picture, well-known Google Academy. I think it's a picture of a street in America, 1900, where in that street, only one car was there. And the next picture in the same street, it was taken in 1917, where one horse cart was there and balance were car. So maybe 110 years back, 20 years back, it took 17 years. But when we are looking at the technology is changing in our industry, I think it's happening morning and evening, there is a change. So the change of S-curve is becoming straight line. So therefore, continuous learning is very important. Now what we are also trying to look at it, future of learning, we cannot survive without industry and academia collaboration. We cannot. And in India, I think in our industry, we are looking for 3x growth. And for that, if we are thinking that which can be a bottleneck for us, we have money, we have technology. I think future of talent and continuous learning is going to be a bottleneck if we cannot meet 3x by 2030 or 32. Third thing, I spoke about agility. I think Dr. Jaikumar was talking about in the morning agility. We are looking agile learning. How I think morning when I see the modules of L&T EduTech, I really thrilled to see that agility, agile modules, because I think all of us know Carl Lewis. In 1988, when he won 100-meter gold, his timing was 9.925 seconds. I don't know how many of you know Oblique Civil. Oblique Civil was the last person this year, Paris Olympic, in 100 years race, and his timing was 9.115. So the things are changing very fast. We are looking for a talent in the future of learning. If we talk about how fast somebody can adapt that learning, we are looking for that. Core engineering is going to stay. I think as Dr. Jha was telling, yes, AI is there, machine learning is going to be there in our every function we are working on. Are you bringing machine learning topic, ALP into the professional world? But I think core engineering, core manufacturing is going to be there, and there is a need of continuous learning is going to be there at all. And the last part on future of learning, I would like to say that continuous learning, even if somebody is feeling that after 20 years, 25 years, 30 years, I can run the today's industry, I think he or she is in a fool's paradise. We cannot run, that can work as a reference point, but as the future of learning is going to continue till the time you say that now it's time for me to do something else, not in the industry. So that is going to be the future of learning. Thank you, Anita. Thanks.
Thank you. Good morning and happy Teachers' Day to all the teachers out here. It's always a little nervous to talk in front of teachers, and I present myself as a student. So in Tamil there is a proverb which says, Kattrarmun kalvi uraithal miga inidu, which means it's always advisable to talk in front of learned persons with the only hope that they will correct you. So with all humility, I share some thoughts. And it may be contrarian views as well. We all keep saying things have changed. Have they really changed? I'll tell you why. I'm sure at this age group that I am, and most of us are, we have some children at home who are studying engineering. 30 years back when I did engineering, the only two options in front of students were engineering and medicine. Has it changed now? People are talking about a lot of options, right? But it hasn't still changed. It has only gone worse, okay? People have started preparing for engineering from 9th standard, correct? They don't even go to schools. There are schools which are techno schools, they call, where they only prepare for the engineering entrance from 9th standard. So the school education is gone, and engineering they start preparing probably for their higher education or whatever. So I don't know where it is going. The second part, where we are saying things are changing, where I don't think things are changing are, at least in our times when we read, I'm 48, so I did pass out, maybe 30 years back or whatever, right? We used to go to a place called library and we used to refer books. Tell me something, how many of our students are referring books today? PDF notes, right? Are you familiar with that? Right? So people just take the notes, passed on from the seniors. There is pressure on results. There is no books. In fact, I know of students who have passed out engineering not buying a single book. Right? So where are things changing then? Right? So that is one thought I would like to place, because as we discuss this future of learning, how are students learning today? What are they learning? The previous generation would not have heard about this phrase reskilling and upskilling at all, but we are using it more often than not, because the earlier generation had a very simple approach to life. It's the 3 bots approach: educate, work, retire. With the 20 years of education that we had, we could shepherd 20 to 25 years of career. We don't have to go to school again, right? But where the future of learning is, let me draw an analogy with how software development was happening and is happening now. We used to have a model called waterfall model. And people who started using computers in 90s, we had an operating system called Windows 95. When did the next version come? Windows 98. Then Windows 2000. Now I don't know what version and how many times it is getting upgraded. right? So this was the traditional waterfall where, the same three bots approach to life. So it was a long development life cycle. To get a product out, it would be 2 years or 3 years. Today, every 15 days, there is a version out there, and you won't even get a release note or anything. You open the app, then realize something new has come. Nobody said there is a pay option in WhatsApp. Suddenly we see, nobody said there is a video call option in WhatsApp. Nobody told you that in a group you can add more than 128 members. One fine day you see there are communities and all of that. Right? See how things are happening. The same approach probably we may have to take in the future of learning, wherein it's no more waterfall, which is, educate, work, retire, but it's more a guess what our revenue is? We are about a $90 billion corporation. IBM is an equally big corporation. What is Google's ad revenues? It's around $240 billion. A 20-year-old company, just ad revenues, right? So this is where, the technology is changing, where they keep saying 80% of future jobs doesn't exist, because we don't know. Zoho takes them, trains them for a year, 1 year internship, they are absorbed. They don't ask for a formal degree. And then what happens to them? Okay, they may be in a tech stack today, 5 years from now. So that's where I think universities and industries, and particularly I was impressed with the product that you launched for Educate India. Right? We will need more of these where people can learn things by themselves, and probably universities should have, instead of, we also will need to make them lifelong students of our university, which means we should have some interesting course offerings by which they keep coming back to us every 5 years, 6 years, do a residential for 6 months, 12 months, then go back to the industry. Right? That may be the future of learning, I kind of visualize, because the changes that have happened in the last 50 years is much more than the changes that has happened in the last 500 years, right? With that kind of, pace of change happening, probably the future of learning is where the sprint model of learning is what will happen, where we will continuously keep coming back to knocking the doors of universities or portals like this.
Oh, wonderful. I think we went an era back with industrial revolution topics touched upon with the frequency and scale, what Dr. Rajul said and Dr. Dipendra Jha insisted on the MOOCs and the learning, on reskilling, upskilling. With the industry perspective, continuous learning, either you shape up or ship out, you shouldn't become obsolete. And of course, Subbu giving his final touch with saying that, technology changes are happening even today, yesterday, and where are we? What and how do we really look at the learning part of it? Yeah? With all this background, I think we are having a very, very interesting session here. So my first question would be for the learned academicians. So probably I would ask Dr. Jha the first question. From an academic leadership perspective, how do you see university?
It's a very hard-hitting question, and I agree. You don't need necessarily a degree. It's the skill set, and that too, changing a skill set. Today you have something, because that's the contemporary skill set that we are talking. Some functional skill set, because, irrespective of anything that you are studying, you need to have, idea of, for example, AI, Gen AI, whether you are from finance, from engineering, from any other. And there are something called a skill set which is the most important, what we call today as 21st century skill sets. Being flexible, creative, all those skills, softer part. I think they are most important. So no degree, and there may be, I'm just envisioning a future where there will be something like TRI, a regulatory authority or some agency who can actually validate that whatever learning you had at different places, you just combine it and it can lead you to one formal degree. That also can happen, right? So all sort of things are coming without a teacher even, without a traditional teacher. Because we know that, now if you ask me how much it's happening, particularly in our country, it's difficult to say at this moment because it's close to us, but we are close to it. And that's what it is. We feel that everything changed. Our shopping style changed. Our, the taxi we used to hire from Kalipili taxi to now, Uber, Ola, and now it has gone to like in-drive kind of thing where you actually negotiate and, go. So things are changing, but they think that probably education will not change. That feeling is still there. I have seen, having led, this is my 5th tenure as a Vice Chancellor. So I have seen, people are just skeptical. They continue to be, they think that they are the source of information. They have all the information like our teachers used to have. But I think things have changed. They are supposed to be source of inspiration, but how will they become, how can they inspire? They need to first upgrade themselves, right? They need to go to school, whatever format you feel it. So I think these things are there. Now they are the ones who are going, this is the workforce that we have got as a university, who is actually training, who is supposed to train the new generation, the future generation. So challenges are uphill actually, the task is uphill. But one thing is like, you don't need to be confined to your own set of people who are there to train. That's the good thing that has happened. And I agree to ma'am who said, thanks to COVID, at least one good thing happened that learning has gone to each and every individual. You don't need to be a school or university student to be a learner. You can be a housewife, you can be anybody, but still you can be learner. So that was one good thing about it. And now, industry like L&T has come. I was myself part of this initiative because I wanted to see how industry functions. I wanted to contribute in some way, that coming from academia, how can I contribute? And I did my bit here. So I'm fully convinced, and I said in my opening remarks that it's the move. We are also generating the same thing. It's a massive, online learning, that content that we have got, and that content will be validated. The industry also, if you create a content, curate a content, and 5 years down the line, you cannot keep it as it is. So then you will be obsolete, right? So you have to keep changing. You have to keep changing, and I believe the industries can do this. So first is like, now coming to your point that how can we equip our student with a skill set which is going to last forever, or say 30, 40 years of their active life. It's impossible actually to equip someone with a skill set. Nobody can claim actually, neither MIT, Stanford or IIT or for example my university. It's actually, if they become a learner, and I think my fellow colleagues also panelists emphasize on this, I can't emphasize it enough, that it's the skill, learning ability, learning aptitude if we can instill in them. Of course, they need to be well equipped in the contemporary skill set which is required by the look at 4 years back, Gen AI was not there, Chat GPT was not there. Now 4 years back, someone would have started learning computer science, and by the time they graduated, some new thing came which disrupted entire the way of the way we assimilate those technologies and all. So what we need to do is, curriculum has to be dynamic enough. The first thing is, gone are the days when there are universities, I don't want to name them, but they would say that once in 4 years we will do, once in 3 years we would change the things because the foundation will remain same. Now, I don't know what is foundation, even the foundation is changing. Everything is changing, so there is no shame in saying that, okay, it has to be dynamic. Okay, yesterday they could not study because this was not there, or at least we were not having it. But now it is there, let's keep it there. By somehow, so have it part of curriculum. First thing is this. Industry has to be like, really those industries who are actually at the forefront of technology, relevant industry. That has to be, like the collaboration has to be at this level. Not as like tick in the box. It has to be like real strategical, as I said, there is something to win and lose for both the parties. And then that has to be there. The third is experiential learning. Either it can be, setting up a learning lab at the University Center of Excellence in one domain, I'm not saying. And it's a learning lab actually. Something, the newer things are coming. You need to keep, innovating, things. Keep challenging, pushing your boundaries. Easier said than done though. And then, the faculty internship, for example. These are also important. Now, what happens is, industry going to, the student going to industry, they will have less time and also their own maturity level. If we start, getting this, our faculty trained, they will have more maturity probably. I'm just assuming that they will have more maturity, they would have seen the world. They will gain some insights and bring it to the classroom experience. So I think whole sort of, these things will have to be in tandem when it comes to equipping our student in the era of AI. We all know that, and the research says that, by 2050, and I'm being conservative here because depending on the research that you would have gone through, this 2050 could be 2040 as well, but the crux is half of the jobs that we are having today, we will lose to automation. Which means, suddenly, but I think Dr. CJK pointed out that, how many new jobs are coming. This will keep coming. But what it means also is we need to keep equipping ourselves. So we need to, so if I call it in a nutshell that we need to prepare the future learners. It's difficult through, the learning pedagogy has to change. So now I am a strong proponent, people say that project-based learning, but I think more than that, and there are some Scandinavian countries who have already started implementing, it is called phenomenon-based learning. Now phenomenon-based learning is you are not a physics student, you are not a physics teacher, chemistry teacher, it's like a phenomenon. Every phenomenon is interdisciplinary. You will not find phenomena which is only one domain, the traditional domain that we call is at work. So if it is interdisciplinary and it's a phenomenon based, one needs to also come out of their boundary walls. So in future I see that there won't be a department of physics, department of electrical engineering. There won't be. We all are experts in certain area. I don't know whether we call experts, but then in a traditional this mindset, experts in different area. The phenomenon based learning coming out of your own those domain, the boundaries. So I think, and then only you can equip them, sensitizing them to other domains and making them open that today, whatever you are learning today will completely change probably and you will have to adopt the newer thing. This is how, tough task, but this is how we need to equip our student and sensitize them. Thank you.
So I NASCOM, IPM, they have come up very well with all these needs, the gaps that the universities could not handle, and how we are plugging them into our curriculum. As rightly said by Dr. Jha, what kind of degree? The question is no one is going to say that no, you can do away with degrees, but what kind of a degree? What is it that the students, what is it that the industry are looking at? So what we are doing is we are working on multiple fronts to bring in multidisciplinary. It is more student centric. They can pick and choose what domain they want to take as their future, and MOOCs, skill-based training, internships can all be clubbed together so that the final experiential training leads them to a particular domain. So we are integrating a lot of these, not just MOOCs but hybrid courses where there will be on-site as well as online learning along with credits. There are minors and honors which we are offering, which can be entirely over 4 semesters, so it leads to a very, very specific skill set. We are also putting in skill-based trainings in between semesters, So that is an add-on that can be brought, and of course the final semester is an internship which can lead to a very, very strong interaction with the industry and the domain that they want. Now this is within the system that we feel that we are opening up, and we will be able to give a lot of flexibility for the students, rather than like the board of studies deciding that this is what you are going to study, this is the core, these are the electives, etc., etc. So the entire baskets, earlier it was very difficult because then as I said, you need the infrastructure, you need the human resources, but with all the plugins that are now available, these baskets can become wider and wider, and we can keep on adding them as the need arises, and we can work with the industries. That is one part of it. The other part is, once again, the flexibility for the student or the workforce to go out, come in. So at GTU, and that is where we are leading the country also, and speaking at many forums on the modalities of how we will put it in place. It is about multiple entry and exit. Now this is where this is going to be a game changer. So the student can, if at the end of first year, if they have, you can visit the site, we'll be putting up the compendium on it. If the student has earned certain credits, and if they want to leave, we'll give them with some additional skill sets. They have to do some additional course for the skill set, and we'll give them the certificate. You can go. Maybe they can go out and work in the industry, or they can join some training, whatever they want to do. But there is always that option for the student to come back, provided they have left with that certificate. So they can come back again, keep doing the other courses that are offered by the university. So at the end of first year, at the end of second year, at the end of third year, there is this whole option of you can go, come back, go and come back. Now this is where the students, because as of now this system is not known, so they will feel, whenever there is a transition, there will be a lot of questions, lot of confusion. What happens if I go back and I am not able to come back? What happens if I don't find a job? Let them find out answers on their own. This is where the universities and the industries can handhold this entire workforce to create multidisciplinary, to create that faith, the trust, the confidence that has been lacking so far. Along with that, we are also putting in place the entire academic bank of credit. Whatever they do, now this is also a little bit tricky for the universities. Whatever they do, if there is a credit that they want, we'll keep on adding those credits to that particular entity, the student enrollment number or the APAR ID or the ABC ID. It will be like a DigiLocker. So you can keep adding all those credits. At the end of the day, all those modules will lead to, it can be a generic degree, but then those credits, the transcript is what the industry will be able to look at, that yes, this is exactly what I wanted. Or they can also say that go back and come with more of these skill sets, and those will be available. So it's a fantastic situation. I keep on saying repeatedly that I wish I had been a student in these times when all this is being made available. And this is also where the faculty, it's very exciting for the faculty also. No more of all those traditional tasks. You can also become a part of the entire learning system, where you can go out, create new courses for yourself, learn them. We are also putting together for the teachers with AICTE itself, as Dr. Sitharam, I don't know whether he mentioned it, about the 1-year PG diploma under QIP, so that the teacher can go and retrain in an entirely new domain. And you can come back again and you can start teaching those courses. So huge amount of flexibility, a huge amount of opening up, which was earlier not available in the universities, but it is definitely there in place in the form of norms, guidelines and SOPs. It's there. So it's like just available for the students and the teachers and of course the industry to pitch in. Thank you.
I think with hearing from the academia, how prepared they are, in fact, exit to entry, entry to exit, and the flexibility, what you're talking about, I'm probably more compelled to ask these questions to the, my peers that, how from industry, I'm very sure entry and exit is not a way at all. Maybe I will probably ask this question to, first I'll start with Subbu, as, what is the change you see in the landscape of learning, and in UPS, what do you do?
Okay. Again, it may be contrary in view. With all humility, I submit this. Two thoughts, okay, particularly AI and future learning, right? AI somehow I feel it's over-abused, used more than what is required is my humble opinion. Because I was listening to a passionate speaker in one of the earlier conferences a few days back, and he was saying, you know what, Chennai is going to lead AI. And we had so much forethought that we even suffixed our name. The city's name is Chen.ai and all that, So I don't know where this will end, okay. So there was a time in the 90s, we used to prefix everything with the word, with the letter E, right? Everything was E. And then the last 10 years, everything was prefixed with the word smart, right? Today morning in the L&T presentation also we saw, right? Smart infrastructure, smart city. I walked into a building, they said, this is a smart building. I have a phone which is a smartphone. Everything around me is smart except me, right? So that is the situation, we are in, right? So when this guy was talking passionately about Chen.ai, I was thinking, artificial intelligence is no substitute to natural stupidity, right? So the way, we are saying, and I will tell you why. Okay, my humble opinion. So sometime back we said full stack and all that, right? Particularly in the technology bit of it, full stack engineers we want. I was curious. So I asked, what do you do? Oh, I need to know a bit of front end, okay? The user interface and all that, okay? Then I need to know a bit of back end, okay? Then I need to know how these connect, okay? I need to do the testing, okay? Then I was thinking, 30 years back, do we still have the microprocessor lab? So goes back to my earlier statement, nothing has changed. Okay, in microprocessor lab, I will tell you why. We still have the traffic light control program, right? So same program, okay, nothing has changed. So in the microprocessor lab, we were doing the programming, we pretty much know what the hardware was. It was an 8085 processor. We pretty much know what memory it can take. We pretty much knew how the instructions were going and what was the outcome happening, right? And then over a period of time, after the mid-90s, in IT, people started specializing so much. It is like an orthopedician saying, I am an ortho specializing for people who fall from 25th to 30th floor. If they fall, I'm a specialist in that, right? I am a DBA, okay? I am an application DBA, okay? I am an architect. I am a tester. Oh, I am not just a tester. I am a performance tester, load tester, all kinds of this one, right? I am a designer, right? And then now we say, oh, no, all that is fine, but we need full stack. So we thought that was a great invention by itself. Oh, full stack is what the industry needs. Industry always needed full stack, right? But just that we started specializing and getting into factory model, there will be a test factory, there will be a design COE, there will be a development shared services model, all that we came up, and now we are again back to this. Why? Because we want releases to happen every week, every fortnight, every sprint. We want to do something. This will be small pods that will be working on. And again, one person may not have all the skills. Assorted skills will come together. A UI guy, a developer, a tester, all of them will come together and deliver something, right? So when I look at all the excitement about AI, somehow I feel that. And the other reason why I say that is, any idea when this AI started? Okay. It started much before all of us in the room were born, I think. The artificial intelligence as an official discipline was established in 1956. In 1959, an esteemed colleague at IBM, Arthur Samuel, coined the word machine learning. Right, so this has been there all along. But just that they didn't get a lot of funding in the 80s and 2000. They used to call AI winter, right? The 20-25 years. Now they are calling AI spring. Okay, obviously after winter, spring should come, right? So that's why everyone is springing up as well, saying, you know, there are 50 billion investment last year and 800,000 jobs you search for the AI, right? So all of this is happening. But what does this mean for us from future of learning and all the things that are happening? And when I was talking during coffee break, you know, with madam, she was saying it's very easy to create courses, but where are the teachers? Right? And that is where some of this will come. When we look at, again, with all humility I'm saying, I'm talking in front of teachers. When we look at this Bloom's taxonomy, right, there is this lower order learning and higher order learning. We all remember, you know, in schools, or even colleges, wherever, you know, simple things will be done in the class, right? 2 + 2, 4. The homework will be 443 plus 272. Correct? So all this remembering, understanding, this lower order learning used to happen in the classroom. The higher order learning, many a times it happens for the parents actually. Okay? So of analyzing, evaluating, creating all the models. I'm sure all of us are parents here. All the creative models and displays for school children are done by parents, right? So all this higher order learning used to happen at home. Now we have a brilliant opportunity now with all of these e-learning and MOOCs and all that professors are saying here. The lower order learning should happen outside the classroom, right? With Swayam portal, when I look at it, and I enrolled myself and I did a few courses, we have access to IIT professors which we didn't have, right? So all their lectures, you know, the BS online program of IIT Chennai or whatever, you know, fantastic programs are there, which students can themselves learn. Then what should happen in the classroom? You know, classroom should become more of maker space. And that's where the industry has a role to play, where we need to keep feeding problem statements. We need not give job opportunities, we need not give internship. We give good problem statements, remote mentoring support, that is all is required. And then students can learn the concepts by themselves. But in the classroom, if we can facilitate, because this is what is happening in the industry as well. There are many good things that happened because of COVID and many bad things. The good thing is, you know, if you ask who led the digitization, is it your CIO or CTO or someone, the answer is COVID. COVID led to a lot of digitization, right? The pandemic thing. Right? UPI payments zoomed in 2021, right? If COVID has not happened, I don't think we would be scanning QR code, right? So pandemic has done a lot of things. A few good things that it did, as Professor was saying as well, you know, Dr. Jha was saying, it has taken learning to every nook and corner and everybody is learning, housewife, everyone has access to all this learning and all that, right? All of this has happened. But one bad thing that has happened in the industry is people don't want to come to office. Right? They say hybrid, they say remote and all that. So now we need to see how we, you know, leverage all of this that are happening around us. And if the future of learning and whatever is happening in the colleges could be, you know, and this also addresses the challenge that we don't have teachers. You know, a few courses at the central university or whatever, but how about the 300, 400 colleges out there? Will they have teachers to deliver the courses, right? So that's where some of these modules will come. And I think when it comes to change, we are changing, to be fair. We are making small changes. For the first time in Tamil Nadu, I am seeing we are offering minors and majors and all that. That is a recent phenomenon in the last 2-3 years, right? The minors and the majors. An electrical guy can do something in data science. A mechanical guy can, or a computer science guy can do minors in EV, right? So some of these are happening. And slowly we are also allowing online credits, right? You can do online courses maybe for 5%, 10%. We still haven't opened up a lot more, right? So my submission is, when we look at the future of learning, you know, if we can do a flipped learning, wherein the lower order learning, we encourage the students and we include it as part of the syllabus. For this, these are the courseware that you need to look at. And then that will be the first 2 units or whatever. But the remaining 3 units are all happening in the class, which are hands-on, right? Then that will be a good thing is what I would say.
Yeah. Thanks, Subbu. So probably, you know, with Suman, Maybe that will be your punch and closing. That will be the punch and the closing from Suman.
No punching. I think I would take the lead from Dr. Subramani. I think, so what we are into a building material company, and globally we are 359 years old. We have survived 359 years. But today when I have any discussion with my CEO, the discussion is, hey, only one question you have to answer me: who is going to run the industry in 2035? Till 2030 we have a plan. Beyond that we do not have plan. In terms of leadership, number one. Number two, in terms of who is going to take the lead of technical aspects of it. Now, over and above, another challenge has come to us, specific to my company, my industry. Europe is stagnant. They want to go to football and cricket and all those things. So my Romania team in Sengoma, they are telling, hey, can you recruit for me from India? I have a dearth of talent. I am telling that India, I am full of projects. I am struggling with the recruitment, but you are asking me to give somebody from India to Romania, to Egypt. These kind of things are happening. Over a period, what has changed? Whenever any new project used to come in India, we used to take a lot of support from the global team. Last project, what we had finished in 2022, I think the presence of global team is negligible, and now situation has become reverse. So I think something good is happening in India, definitely in terms of industry, as well as academia also is trying to do that. And I was, from morning, whatever I have heard, I was just jotting down, what is that? I really like the tagline, Educate India, what in the presentation you have shown. What does it mean? I think we are, for the future of learning, we are trying to kill two things: accessibility of learning in an affordable cost. That's the one very big point what we are trying to do. Second thing, as an industry, what we were talking about teachers availability and all those things, we are now going into institutes, having a tie-up with them and telling them, can you please include our curricula also? As we have created a glass academy, we have created a gypsum academy. We are going and telling to the institute in civil engineering, we are telling that, can you please include this also into your course curricula? We are going there to help support everything. You can always visit us in our company, in our industry to see what is happening, etc. So the second thing, that's the second part what I'm doing. We are also, very highly looking at, I would say, any of our decision has to be data driven. So we are looking at, who is having in which competency. And we are thoroughly going into individuals to identify he or she can learn anything else. And how do I give that to him or her? Now, one lady, she was with us for last 5 years, very bright lady, doing fantastic work. Now, she came to us and told that, hey, I've got an opportunity in University of Edinburgh. I'm going there. Now, that's a loss for me because I have created that over the past 5 years. But industry has to be flexible. I think we are flexible today. We have told her that you go there, your course is for 1 year, your employment remains. And you have to come back and join us. We don't want to miss, because tomorrow there will be dearth of talent in the industry and we don't want to miss her. Third point, I think, future of learning, when I look at L&T EduTech, whatever launching has happened today, I think the core thing is a global classroom with flexibility and accessibility. I can do that in my mobile when I'm traveling to factory, when I'm traveling anywhere. That's an idle time for me. I can utilize that and do that. Also, I think, morning onwards, we are talking about, I think Dr. Subrahmanyan was talking about core engineering, PDF notes, etc. I think we are also focusing on ethical learning. Ethical learning and anything and everything what we do, how do we bring in sustainability into it? That's another agenda we are trying to build in, that we will not touch anything which is damaging sustainability issue. So continuously we are doing that. Collaborative learning, I think from morning onwards we have spoken about collaborative learning. When I talk about collaborative learning, it's about industry and academia only. Without that, we will not be able to survive. And personalized learning. And lastly, I would say that I think we are talking about AI, ML and all those things. We are also trying to develop a lot of module in terms of future learning with AR, VR technology, etc. How do we educate more and more? Because we also need teacher in our industry. And apart from doing our job, I think it's very difficult for us, day is still 24 hours only. We are unable to do that. And expectation from the industry is coming, it's every day it's increasing. So again, to cutting the long story short, I think my survival in the industry is depending on how do we create a future of learning and future of talent for the industry. Then I think organization is going to keep me that you have an answer for 2035 talent for the industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Suman. I think just wonderful hearing the thoughts from whether degrees are required. Is it a threat, opportunity? Talking about learners' ability and aptitude, and of course, Madam talked about dynamic curriculum and multidisciplinary things. Especially from e-smart to AI and calling it Chennai AI, I think, whether we'll be still standing for and any new terminologies to come the way. But I think ultimately we are talking about that, as we move forward, it's important for each of us to remember that the future of learning is not about adopting the new tools, methods, but about creating the inclusive, adaptable, and effective educational experiences for everyone. Whether you're an educator in this room or you're a student, policy maker, a HR, or innovator, I think our role in this journey is very, very crucial. So I look forward for seeing how we can collectively shape the future of learning. We talked about skill. If we remove the S from the skill, then we are killing it. So let's all march forward saying that we are all learners and we will continue to learn. Thank you, each one of you for making this interesting section. Thank you.
Thank you all. As a token of appreciation from L&T EduTech, I would request our moderator, Ms. Anita, to present mementos for each of our panelists.
Everybody drop.
Thank you all the panelists for your insightful discussions. You can just take a group photograph before you step down. One round of applause, big round of applause to this entire panel who made this very interesting with combination of both academia and industry. So thank you very much, panelists. May I kindly request you to take a seat in the front. And as we switch over to the next panel, our team will reorganize the seats for the panel. Just to show you what Educate India is, I will just quickly show you the website or the portal by the time they set it up. Abhishek, can you pull up the portal? Okay, so just to give you a brief, this is the lookalike of the portal what we wanted to show you, Educate India, what we launched. It is, while there are 1,300 plus courses, it is all structured in the way to guide the students to go through themselves, understand the career available for them, their domain. Just click over the career pathway, Abhishek. go to the career pathway. It will all start with career pathway. Go on the career pathway, you will find the list of categories, IT, business, engineering, vocational, and there are different categories of careers available. So once they get into that, they will come into the course pathway, because each course pathway we have built for somebody to take one course pathway in each semester in that format. And finally, when you come and explore the courses which are available in the platform, it says area-wise somebody can select courses, or tool-wise they can select courses. Somebody want to learn courses related to Linux distribution, they can get into, or they can select a job role and then figure out what are the courses available under that. So it is done in a format where an individual comes to know about some job role that he will be passionate about, so he can go himself or herself to explore the entire platform and identify the courses and do it for himself. So this is the, just the first show, or I would say the first snip we would like to show it to you. Of course, we will send you more information as we move forward. Thank you, Abhishek. So now let me invite Ms. M.F. Febin for the panel before lunch. Febin is head of College Connect of L&T EduTech Business. She will take this panel discussion on bridging the skill gap, which we all have been talking about. Febin.
Good afternoon. I'm standing between you and lunch, right? Yes. Thanks for that. Thank you, Dr. Anbu. So the theme of this second panel is bridging the skill gap, which I think more or less all of us are now, getting into that groove of, talking the same language. And before I invite the fellow eminent panelists, I would personally thank each one of you who have come here, because when I visit various colleges, and they treat us so well, right? So it is so nice to see so many of you whom we have met in your campuses being here with us, and it's an opportunity for us to host you. So thank you for coming. I would like to first invite Dr. Kanchana Bhaskaran. Dr. Kanchana Bhaskaran is a distinguished academic leader with nearly 43 years of experience in industry, teaching and research, specializing in VLSI design, microprocessor, architecture, and many more. She has served in leadership roles at VIT Chennai and SSN College of Engineering, published more than 150 papers, authored 4 books, and is a fellow of multiple prestigious engineering institutions. Welcome, Dr. Kanchana. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Jyotishman Datta. Mr. Datta is the managing trustee at Assam Downtown University. He is instrumental from its conceptualization to becoming the largest private university in the region since 2010. He is committed to advancing the university's focus on research and technology-driven education to position it among the country's premier institutions. When I visited that institution, they are the first institution with whom we have tied up in the Northeast, and it's really heartwarming to see the students and the community and the vision that the management has. Thank you, Dr. Datta. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Narayanan. He is KPMG's national leader for education with over 23 years in management consulting, focusing on education, skill development, and social sector advisory. He leads a team of 60+ professionals across India, SAARC, the Middle East, and Africa. He is a recognized thought leader and committee member for the new education policy and various industry forums. He is also now the coordinator at Swayam Plus. Many of you might have interacted with him, and we also have a long-standing partnership with KPMG. Welcome. I would like to invite our own Mr. Lakshmanan. He is the CHRO at L&T Technology Services with 30 years of HR experience, specializing in change management, talent management, and HR business partnering across engineering, IT, defense, and telecom sectors. He has extensive global exposure and expertise in OD, total rewards, and compliance. Audible? Yeah. So I think since time is also a constraint, I would jump into the questions itself. But I know that all of you are sitting here and watching what's happening on stage, but I wanted some interactions from all of you as well, because I'm cutting short the first few minutes where I would want them to talk, but I would quickly get into the questions. If any of you want to ask any questions to this panel, please write in a sheet and give it to some of our volunteers. If possible, we'll take it. I just wanted to engage all of you as well. So my first question is to Mr. Lakshmanan. Okay. So L&T Technology Services, we call LTTS, has been at the forefront of integrating emerging tech like AI, Industry 4.0, software-defined vehicles, and operations. How do you see the role of these technologies in shaping the future workforce? And what specific skills do you think are essential for students to thrive in such an evolving landscape? Additionally, how are you addressing the skill gap to ensure that new graduates can contribute to effectively from day one?
Am I audible? Yeah, I think this is working. First of all, thank you very much, L&T EduTech, for inviting me here. Extremely honored to be amongst dignitaries as eminent as this on the panel. Truly honored. I mean, I was just thinking before talking about L&T Technology Services, I was thinking this issue of bridging the skill gap. I think that was the topic, and I think it is so very relevant today that we are in a kind of a talent conundrum, where on one side we have a lot of engineers being produced, and on the other side you have a lot of demand for talent. And I distinctly remember some 20 years ago, we said we need engineers. We have a shortfall of engineers, and today we produce about 1.5 million engineers in India. So as a country, we are extremely good. Once we know what is the problem, once we know how we want to go about solving the problem, then we'll solve it, right? And so from 20 years ago to today, we have the ability to produce 1.5 million engineers each year, which is brilliant. The issue perhaps we didn't articulate 20 years ago is having the engineers with the right skill, right? And maybe today we are talking about getting engineers at the right skill. And I was, as I was coming in, I was thinking about 20 years ago in Sun TV, because it's a Madras audience, I thought I'll talk about Sun TV. There used to be this Gemini Ganesan Varam, and Shivaji Ganeshan Varam. Like that, I live in Mumbai for the last 30 years, so I used to find it very, very funny. But whenever I came to Chennai 20 years ago, I always found, advertisements in some Richie street which said AS 400 Varam, and you will hire people for AS 400 skills or Java skills, right? Java Varam. Like that, I think, especially in South, right? Once you know the problem, I think we'll fix it. We have been extremely hardworking as a community, as a culture, and I think we fix it. And exactly the same way, I'm sure now we are talking about skill and getting people with, AI skills or ML skills or LLM skills. I'm sure that will also be addressed in due course of time, and we will fill those required positions, right? Always I tell our customers, whenever I meet customers, automotive customers, or hire it in India, you can never hire it in any other part of the world, right? You can never get it any other part of the world. If there is a skill you have to train engineers on, and you can't do that in India, you can't do it in any other part of the world. So therefore, we are sitting in an extremely important junction, and we have the enormous responsibility of producing skilled engineers, right skilled engineers to the world, right? And all of us sitting together, the industry, the academia, sitting together and trying to bridge that gap is an extremely good beginning. Specific to LTTS, even before I talk about LTTS, I think you talk about Infosys, you talk about TCS, you talk about HCL, you talk about Wipro, all of them have their own internal academy, right? And those academies are actually headed by academic professors, right? We hire people. And in LTTS also, we have a global engineering academy. And we have people with 25 plus years of industry experience working as dean, right, in our academy. And we have 10 or 12 full-time faculty with more than 10 years of experience, academic experience, sitting here. And what are they doing? They are trying to bridge the gap between what the industry wants and what is not taught in academia, right? And that's what we are doing. It's something like somebody said, COVID hastened the process, right? If we are relatively a smaller company, L&T Technologies is a newer company, listed in 2016, relatively new year. But in 2019, we launched the Global Engineering Academy just before COVID. So therefore, we were ready for COVID, and today the amount of online learning we impart to our people all around the world, right? More than 4,000 people overseas, our employees take those courses, is amazing. And our customers now want to duplicate what we have done, right? We have built a Global Engineering Academy. We are now building Global Engineering Academy for our customers, right? Customer A says, can you replicate the same? Now, the point I want to place for this panel is, can we therefore partner better with academia so that a lot of work which the industry is doing in the industry can be moved to the academia? And that's the point I want to leave and pause. Thank you.
Thank you. So my question next is to Dr. Kanchana Bhaskaran. Ma'am, VIT University is renowned for its innovative approach and integration of emerging tech. I'm just trying to connect whatever you said as well, Lex, into the curriculum. What key initiatives has VIT taken to empower students to stay ahead of the industry curve? And additionally, how you ensure that your graduates not only employable, but also prepared to lead in their fields?
Yeah, that is a great question. Good afternoon, all. That's a good question. As a university, we feel that it is our responsibility to give what the industry requires, what the nation requires, how, if the country is going to be a superpower, how we have got to be guiding the other countries, and how we have got to be producing the manpower required for the other countries also. So towards that end, it is sort of a multi-pronged approach what we had been always following through. And thanks to our management, our faculty members, our students who go along with this, we not only concentrate only on academics, we have the students produced as a holistic individual with the capability, as you said, to lead, to learn, to unlearn, and keep learning. And this is possible. As a deemed to be university, we have the privilege to have our own curriculum. And the curriculum is not just prepared by the faculty alone, what is required for them, what is easy for them. We get the input from all the stakeholders, right from the employers, the alumni, the students, faculty, even parents. We take the input from all of them. And they actually pave the way for what is going to come up next. And we are always awake as to what the industry is going to be now. The demand is going to be in which direction. As early as 2012-13, at that time, none of the institutions had programs related to big data, cloud computing and all. But we started. We did not have the faculty. And when we started AI and robotics, with majoring in computer science, with the specializations by cyber physical systems, None of the faculty were trained in that. But cyber physical systems, we send the faculty members, and we had our mechanical, electrical, electronics, computer science, all the faculty working together. It is actually as per NEP's requirement. It is a multidisciplinary university. And we make use of that feature to the maximum benefit. We ensure that the departments work together. There are research centers where faculty from each of the schools are members in that. And we have AI input for law, AI for architecture, all these, AI for agriculture, technology for agriculture, all these employed. And whatever laboratories in the curriculum, this is the practice what we follow. And we have industry also coming into each of the syllabi also. For all the courses, we have one small module in which the contemporary topic is to be offered by a faculty, by an industry person. We actually added to that, we have professors of practice also engaged from industries who are practicing in various levels, assistant, associate, or professors of practice. And in addition, we have for each of the courses, we want the students to experience that. And we send the students also for internship and all. So that makes it complete along with FFC is what we give. Fully flexible credit system we introduced first, in which the student would be able to, as previous speakers also said, the minors, honors and all that, we had been practicing for nearly 15 years now. The student, if he is doing a mechanical engineering program, if he is interested in AI and robotics, he would be going to have courses taken from computer science faculty. So the course registration and all would be happening from across the schools for whichever faculty they offer. So each student would have his own timetable. That actually makes him sort of peer learning from among his classmates, and the projects what they do, the publications what they do, all would be multidisciplinary. And particularly, if it is only one particular discipline, we will not be able to have a complete product. We need to have contribution from more than one engineering and sciences also in some cases. So we go for having end-to-end learning, practicing, implementation, technology development for him. And that actually makes our students complete. Along with that, in the laboratories, if I take, no typical experiments only we offer. We have the projects done, and we have the laboratory curriculum given. As one of the speakers also said, the industry problem, we bring it into the laboratory. And we have centers of excellence from Samsung, Value and all, who bring the problems. We have our industry people doing PhD research with us, and the PG programs they do with us. And that brings in the real life problems what the industry faces, and that are solved by, those things are solved by our faculty along with students. In the laboratory, we have academic laboratory running. In the same place, you will have some faculty doing consultancy work. Some students would be engaged in that also, whether they are UG, PG or PhD, we make them all work together. And you will have the research laboratory also. Some center of excellence, for example, Industry 4.0 is among the other academic lab experiments. So the student would think, what is Industry 4.0 at all? He would be working with problems in AR, VR there, what we have set up. It is another center of excellence. So this way, we bring everything what the students should know alive. And as you asked for the leadership abilities also, we have around 150 clubs. And in each of the clubs, there would always be continuously have events happening. And all those are managed, conceived, managed, and implemented, done by the students. And that makes them to go for good leaders also. And they are good learners because of the sheer environment, what we provide them. It is a place where everyone could go for learning and towards growing. Whether he is a slow learner or a top student, all of them will have something to learn from each other and to grow. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for that detailed response. I'll actually move to Dr. Datta. So this question is also close to my heart because I kind of wanted to ask him this, though I did ask him when I was there in the university. While the earlier panel also talked about the basics, the core engineering, the real engineering, what's the requirement, and it's so important to nurture those core engineering, right? And me also being a civil engineer. So this is a question I particularly framed for you, Dr. Datta. We know that, okay, in South, somewhat in many universities, we do have the core engineering student strength, decent strengths, I would say. While we move to the North, it is kind of dwindling when we go to a lot of universities, which is, I think, also picking up. Now, in Northeast, in Guwahati, in your university, when everywhere else it is kind of coming down, we are seeing the core engineering numbers really very high. And the civil engineering alone, I think it is 120 plus in 1 year itself. And we have actually partnered for that program. So, and what is the secret, or what are the, what is that you are really doing there to really get this core engineering going in Northeast? I think you're one of the front runners there, so that we all can also, you know, learn from you.
I'll ask you a very controversial question. Which engineering job gives you the best placement opportunity in CTC?
Sorry?
You will say Google, Amazon. Which engineering core jobs will give you the best CTC? You will say Google, Microsoft. I would say PWD department. I would say irrigation department. It might be cost to community, but still the CTCs can be extremely high. So the whole issue is a supply of demand. We are way behind Tamil Nadu. But the issue is, how fast are we catching up? If you see growth rates, the backward areas, perhaps Bihar, Bengal, Northeast, is growing pretty well. So maybe you have 1 lakh posts created in Tamil Nadu, we have only 50,000. So now the government is trying to recruit 50,000. It is as simple as that. And there's another question of supply demand. Last time you told me that in Greater Chennai area, there's 1,000 engineering colleges. In entire Northeast, we have 30. So it's a very simply supply demand issue. Today, if you see engineering recruitment, I am digressing. You might be saying I'm talking from a different world, but India is many worlds. Today, when you see engineering recruitment here, you might be talking about the IT companies, larger MNCs. That is a different recruitment. You believe me, there are only 5 corporate centers in India which would require IT engineers. Only 5 or 6 cities in India. India is 90% beyond those cities. Those cities are Bangalore, Hyderabad, Pune, Bombay, NCR. What about the India beyond that? At every district level, there are schemes going on. You can call them Awas Yojana, Jal Jeevan Yojana, this Yojana. There's recruitment going on even at a district level. They pay maybe 30,000, maybe 40,000. There is no glamour there that I am working in Google. There is no perhaps glamour there. But at the district headquarters, 30,000 or 50,000 is a pretty good deal. So that is the main issue that is happening. Secondly, for the amount of money that government is pumping in infrastructure, infrastructure spending is happening pan-India today. It might not be only happening in the cities. The highways being built, the dams being built, it's requiring a lot of civil engineers. And forget, the requirement of BE is nowhere near what I'm saying. There's a huge dearth of JEs. Huge dearth. I'm saying 20, 30,000 shortage of ITIs in Assam currently. Every company is sitting there, private and the government enterprises, are sitting on wish list of 10,000, 20,000 ITIs, and there is no ITI institute. They are not able to build ITIs as far as the requirement is happening. So India is a diverse country, so my story is from different India. It's entirely different. So that is the reason. Same in manufacturing. There was nothing there 10 years ago, but I believe now every month 2 factories are setting up there, so there's demand. So that is the biggest reason. I wish there was a magical wand we had, or we could say we taught something excellent. So core always will be there. But because we have no IT industry, the whole logic is there is no IT industry. People do not see a fancy office like they see here. So that glamour to work in IT doesn't come. A lot of students, you have to say they study what they kind of relate to. They don't relate to large companies that you have in Hyderabad, Chennai. So they relate to what they see, the jobs they see, and that's where the aspirations comes to study these core programs. And they're doing pretty well. They all play, some of them are in excellent positions, in fact. So they're having a good life. So there's life beyond IT. IT obviously is the largest recruitment, will always be there, but there's life beyond IT.
Thank you. So, Mr. Narayanan, with your extensive experience in management consulting and a focus on education and skill development, which is also the theme of our panel, what do you think are the key challenges educational institutions are facing in aligning their programs with industry needs? And how can they be addressed to foster continuous skill development? We know we are all, a lot of MOUs being signed, we all talk about industry, academia partnerships, etc. But what are some innovative strategies that you see and you have implemented successfully so that it really gives the outcome of what the partnerships are about?
Thank you, Fibin. Thank you so much. It is literally, figuratively, a lot of loaded questions. Let me try and answer to the best of my abilities. To begin with, I think educational institutions have been, if I can be a little honest, living in a cocoon. For many years, the academicians' life started and ended inside a university or inside a college. There was no need for them to go out and look at what is happening outside. So there has been a bit of that effect of not knowing what is happening outside, which has caused a lot of gap between what is happening inside the universities and what is required. Suman was here in the previous panel. I think he gave a fantastic view of what happens inside a microprocessor lab. That happens in every lab, and that is a clear indication of how what is being taught is not in sync with what is needed outside. In spite of all the feedback and other things, my view is because of the process that happens in a university. We still live in the backdrop of an era where the colleges were affiliated to a university, and it has been very difficult for the college to change anything to do with the curriculum, pedagogy and other things, because there were universities that were very stringent in the way they put their rules. Maybe it is not true today, but many of them are still in the mindset. Some forward-looking universities like VIT and others have changed this, but by and large they still, I believe they live in that era. Second, I also think there is a huge focus on content. If you go to universities today, particularly Indian universities, the focus is a lot more on content. If you go to, in general, education institutions that are successful, they focus on three areas: the content, the platform, and the context. Most of our universities focus overtly on content. That is why when an e-platform comes, a different platform comes, an online version comes, our universities are not ready to cope up because they have not discussed about alternate platforms. Similarly, they have not focused on context. Why are we doing this? It could be the same structural engineering, but the structural engineering that we did in 60s and 70s have no relevance now, and we need to apply it to context, which perhaps is not happening. That is the second reason. Third one, I also believe the industry is changing rapidly. Industry is changing so rapidly that it is difficult for anybody to cope up with. Educational institutions in that sense are in an unenviable position. They need to be ahead of these industries. If automobile industry says that 80% of my parts are not moving, if the academic institution knew about this before, their mechanical engineers will be different. If the entertainment industry says I have gone completely digital, or the financial services industry, a classic case. Now, whatever earlier the BCom graduate thought was happening in the bank, he or she has a rude shock when they go to the bank itself because things have changed. And the industry is not in a position to give envious position, but the changes in the industry or the pace at which they are changing is not helping the cause. And the fourth point and fifth point, I have two more points, is the format in which things are happening. The classroom is the center of learning still in many universities. We need to wake up to the fact that classroom is not the center of learning anymore. Knowledge is happening a lot outside, or the knowledge part of it is one part of learning. The application portion of it, which could happen in the group studies, in the corridor, on the streets, and those things are not in the laboratories, experiments, that's not given the focus. And hence, what happens today, if you look at the importance that is given in many of the academic institutions, classroom and what happens in classroom is given undue, and we talk about flipped classroom, we talk about many other things that perhaps is not reflecting. The last one, but definitely not the least, is the role of a teacher. The role of somebody who's teaching has undergone dramatic change, and many teachers don't realize that. A teacher today, again, in an unenviable position, because the student has access to more sources of knowledge than the teacher. The teacher is burdened with many things. The student is free, so they should know that here is a student who has better access, wider access to knowledge, and hence showing him or her what needs to be learned is not the role anymore. They are more facilitators, They are more people who can help them evolve rather than say what needs to be learned. So these are all the factors, in my view, things are not. And to briefly answer your other question as to how things are happening and where we see, those who are able to seamlessly blend industry with them, this is more for those who are more into professionals, like, be it the engineering or medicine or some of those professional courses. In these cases, whoever is able to blend with the industry have found big success. It could be joint courses, it could be internships at the regular time, it could be right kind of assessment to see if they are ready. They have found big success. But who has found success in the more innovative way is those educational institutions who realize that their main job is to teach them how to learn rather than teach some subject. If they have understood this, because by the time that 4 years happened, things have changed so dramatically. Have you taught the student how to learn from a situation? Those institutions have succeeded a lot. I'll pause there, and I know we're running out of time. I'll come back when.
Thank you for that. I had a question from the audience. I think this, whatever Mr. Narayanan said, answered it. He also is saying what would be the appropriate role of academia and industry in bridging the skill gap between what academia produces and industry needs. I hope that was also addressed. Suresh, if you can take that. So my next question to you, ma'am, is, yeah, I'll take that. Thank you, sir. In your role as Vice Chancellor, what are the key areas of focus for faculty development at VIT?
What?
Faculty development.
Yeah.
And how do you ensure, of course, I think he talked about it, but now I'm probably asking you the solution to that. How do you ensure that the faculty, are updated? And,
yeah, that is why I thanked them. They cope up with the industry. Actually, we have practices of our faculty going to the industry for at least 2-3 weeks per year to learn. Typical example would be my own area, VLSI design. In that, our faculty members for the past 20 years, they had been going. When we introduced VLSI as a course, they had been going to Bangalore Industry Center. We have the curriculum vetted, actually framed by the industry people. And as a deemed to be university, we introduce the courses in the elective. We have core courses, elective courses, and open electives also. And we have the industry inputs through our career development center. And our own faculty go there. They experience what is happening in the industry. They bring their problems. They bring the knowledge along with. And this is what is happening. For cyber physical system, for cyber security, for AI/ML, we send the faculty members. For big data, we send. That is why the foreign university students also, they come here for credit transfer after learning from here. And we have good industries. And we have got to only schedule our faculty members, given the situation, given the areas. We don't know from 4 years from now what sort of area are going to be there and what sort of knowledge we have got to impart to our students and all. So the teachers' biggest responsibility is to keep themselves updated, learn along with the students. We shouldn't be shying away from doing any new project along with the students. The implementation part should go for learning along with the students. If we do that right from mechanical engineering, because we haven't studied as such, how it would help in robotics, but we have such a program. So we have the mechanical engineering, computer science people who knew. Actually, more than 6 decades old, AI is. But still, we were not implementing it. We were not using AI in anything. Now it is time to bring in for AI model, because somewhere I read, NVIDIA chief, he was saying, this is the intellectual capital of the world. And we have in all the integrated circuits on the earth, in one stage or the other, our Indians have their footprint in it. There are so many MNCs headed by Indians, but our own Indian company is never there in any of the other countries. So it is time when we have our faculty trained, our students trained, and we have good support in terms of all the tools we have, and the governmental supports are there. In Intel, I would be proud to say that we have more than 1,000 students from VAT employee role in Intel. No other university has contributed to that many numbers. That is because of the individual efforts what we put in. Similarly for AI and ML, they take in thousands because we are having the Career Development Center talking to the industry, bring in the problems, and with ASSOCHAM we were, even as early as 2018-19, we had ASSOCHAM coming out with the new problems, that is for IoT, for sensor development, for 3D manufacturing and all that. They were, with the help of industries, they were coining the programs and they trained our faculty members. So it is the train the trainer models. So those faculty members had to undertake the courses and all, had to take the examinations also. If they fail, they have got to rewrite. Only such faculty members had been teaching the students. And this is the best way possible. With what help we get from the industries, we have got to go with them. And we have got to cooperate with them, and we need to have some efforts put in. End of the day, the faculty is going to be proud of it, and the students are going to be benefited. And that is the way how we are actually doing it. Our faculty development programs are continuously happening. And the new learning and the curriculum development, we benchmark national and more so international universities. What they are teaching, all the knowledge are for here to learn. Once we start learning, the network is formed, anything is not difficult to learn. That is the principle for our students and for our faculty. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So I have two questions. I'm just combining both for Mr. Lakshmanan. Sorry. I did have my own question. I'm just going to blend all that together. So one person has asked, there is a large skill gap in VLSI design, RF communication. How can this be made easy to attract the younger generation to adapt and be an expert in these? I'll just read out the next also so you'll be able to kind of. We talk so much about skilling for future workforce. So I'm just relating that these are our futuristic technologies. Are we sure about what will be the required skill sets for the future?
Okay. I mean, I don't have a crystal glass.
Just I'll add one more sentence because I'm just, so when we talk about skills, so curriculum, some of the autonomous institutions, someone has written that we are ready to change our curriculum. If you can tell us what are the skill sets, we are ready to teach them. So I'm just reading from the audience. So since as an industry now, what is that we can tell the academia, and how as an industry we can kind of, give our inputs?
Now, I think I'm going to pitch on what Mr. Narayanan said a little while ago, that, what colleges have to teach is the ability for students to continuously learn. And that's not going to change, right? If you are coming out in today's generation, your learning is not going to keep you in good stead for the next 20 or 30 years. When we passed out, it was almost like that we learned and it was good for 20 years. Now you learn, it may not be good for 20 months, right? And so you have to keep learning. You can say data science, you can say AI, you can say LLMs. All of that are flavor of the season, right? And you have to continuously keep training these people. And what these students have to do is to come with a mindset to learn, come with an attitude, a burning desire to succeed, and come with a lot of humility, right? Not like I know everything, right? They have to come in and say, I am willing to learn, please teach me, right? Respect people who are teaching, right? And I think the context is changing so very dramatically that there's not going to be a graph where a student is going to grow up and up and up all his 30 years, right? There's going to be ups and downs, ups and downs, ups and downs. And at every down, the person has to learn newer skills. So what you are going to teach in the universities is perhaps the flavor of the season, which could be LLMs today or data science today. But you should also make sure that the students are possessing a mindset, an attitude that what they learned today is not all, right? They have to continuously keep learning, and for that they need to have that mindset, right? The mindset that I have to continuously keep learning. my day is not, I tell kids when they come and join us that, you know, your mom and dad said you have to get the best mark in 10th and then your life is done. Then they will say your 12th you should pass and then your life is done. Then you will say your engineering degree and your life is done. And then I say after you come to college, after you come to work, you're on a treadmill, right? Your parents only taught you how to run fast on the treadmill. It will be faster and the incline will be higher, and you have to continuously keep learning, continuously keep running as fast as you can. You have to be fit physically and mentally. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope whoever asked the questions got some pointers there. Dr. Datta, as an academic leader, how do you perceive the impact of Gen Z? And what are the key advantages and challenges? Because they have the tech savviness that they have, their innovative thinking, they're all positives also. So how can we better support the Gen Z in, we are talking bridging the gaps and leveraging their strengths. So how can we support them so that they can become a more effective workforce?
So I think that is the most important question. Whenever we talk about industry-academia interface, the whole interface is happening for the students. We usually never include the students. Every generation comes with its unique, you can call characteristics or problem. This is the most impatient generation we've ever seen. This is the most digitally savvy generation we've ever seen. But their aspirations are sky high, they're impatient, they have unlimited information, misinformation in an app with them. They are willing to learn, but they're mislearning also. It is not really, I cannot blame them for it, it is the situation they are in. They have been bombarded with so much information, wrong information, they go in multiple directions and they get confused also. And also in many ways, like say I passed out in college, our teachers used to scold us, we were naughty, we were badmash, we were saints. Like how we behaved in our generation, we were practical saints then. So this has changed. This is something even organizations have to adapt to this. We may train them in the skill set. Okay, you have a module. I've got the module from you. I've trained them perfectly. They have passed your aptitude test. You have hired them. But when you say that attitude, it's very difficult to teach an attitude. I know we should. Somewhere I believe the industry also has to adapt to the attitude. They're open to learn, but they have certain key natures. For example, they will not give, I have had this problem with an HR officer who was 25 years senior, to say me also. He expected the new intern to address him and talk to him in a certain manner. This generation will not. He is agreeing with me. It doesn't show disrespect. It is just how they are. So you also have to change your notion of so-called respect, so-called how you talk to your senior. They talk to you with respect, but they may call you by chance even by your first name. But doesn't mean they're disrespecting you. So these cultural issues have been cropping up. We've been talking to a lot of HR officers. They say they don't know how to talk, they don't know how to address. This is generational issues. Can we teach them? We should try to teach them, but very difficult to teach this. Teaching domain skills will be much easier than teaching them attitudinal skills. Secondly, if I'd like to add just 1 minute to what he was saying, I believe all universities have clear intent that we need skill-ready students. The problem is, he was mentioning we need students who are willing to learn, who have a great learning aptitude. There are many aptitudes which I've heard from the industry, but can we quantify these aptitudes? Like, I love the way you put it. There's a job role in your website, Educate, there's a job role, there's a syllabus. So somewhere we need to do that also. Industry are spending so much on training. Can you spend little bit to quantify what you need? You have a skill, can you quantify perhaps a syllabus or even add an aptitude test to that? So when I know that I teach that, this is the syllabus, in that he has a score of say 8, 9 out of 10 or some kind of levels, we know that he stands for certain standards. So then it is much easier to teach. I have a complaint from the industry. There's nothing called one industry. Say I take IT industry. I talk to 10 HR officers, they will give me 10 syllabuses. They'll give me 10 job roles. They'll give me 10 skill sets. I cannot teach so much. Let's be practical about it. Somewhere if we can quantify it, it would be much easier to embed it and teach and maybe even get a so-called certificate. Like you have, when you have an English aptitude, you do your TOEFL, IELTS. Why can't we have certain standardized? Maybe the industry can come forward with us. Can we have standardized 5, 6 tests? When I know if my student is doing that and getting XYZ grade, he stands for a certain quality. It will make things a lot easier for all of us because the intent is exactly the same both sides.
Thank you so much. So the last question to you. KPMG's insights into global education trends and what global best practices in education and skill development do you believe could be adapted to the Indian context to improve employability of our students?
Okay, great. So the 2-3 trends that I have noticed, like, I keep traveling, and luckily I'm also part of a global steering committee for KPMG. So I meet with leaders who do similar education work elsewhere. The trends that I see, which is relevant here and maybe we are not practicing, right? Say, take for example Finland. Finland, everybody says the education system in Finland is one of the best. I saw a simple practice there. There are about 36 universities in Finland. Each university by mandate has 2 pots. One is the regular, what they call as research university, and the other is a University of Applied Sciences. It is mandatory that every university there is a combination of research university and applied sciences university. There is no differentiation between a student who wants to do applied sciences or regular engineering. It is just her or his interest. You want to do a bit more on research, you go to this side of the university, or you want to take up a job, you move into this side of the university. At any point of time, depending on certain aptitude tests, they can switch to one place to another, right? Suppose and it happens, okay? Many switch from the research to applied sciences because you get a job easier if you are on the applied sciences part. We don't have that here. We somehow have put vocational education and skill development somewhere outside, in a very different institution, as if that is not the role of our regular universities and colleges, which I think is the core of the issue. And we want the graduates to be employed, like the students of the applied sciences college there or the university there were employed. So unless we bring in a seamless integration between the job orientation part of teaching and the research orientation part, you can have separate, but it should not be treated differently in a manner of speaking, and the choice should be given to students. Here there is a bit of stigma there, so that is one. Second, I also saw a trend of, which we have started to happen here, is move from degrees and diplomas and wait for a long time to get an integrated degree to what is called as credits. You can exchange credits, you can move seamlessly. I'm so happy to say that we are all part of SWAYAM Plus, where we are talking about how do we create more credits and not degrees. You take those credits, put them together, you get a degree. You don't want degree, that is fine. And those credits are useful for you to be going to the industry and things like that. So these are 2 big trends that I see are genuinely useful. If we can adopt to those things, we will also see how we can move into an era of these things happening.
Great. So thank you everyone, but I just want to address one part of the question which someone asked. I thought I myself will answer that. So internships and upskilling, is it possible with the MOU? Yes, it is possible. Sanjay has explained our programs. We have integrated programs where we run from the first semester, and the students go through a journey with us, and those students will surely be having opportunities for internship and further as well. So thank you so much. I think it was really enlightening with all of you. I'm sure all of us have something to take. Development to how you inspire people in your university, and of course bringing your experiences, and we can accumulate credits and then just go on with it, get into jobs or come back. I think it's quite interesting on that. And finally, from the industry, we heard that, yes, we are there with the academia, and the skills are getting evolved and defined, and the industry is looking for skilled workforce. So thank you so much, each one of you, for joining this panel. And
everybody drop.
Thank you. I would request all of you to pose for a group photograph. So thank you very much for the panelists once again. Give a big round of applause to this leaders from both industry and academia for this, giving a lot of insights on bridging the skill gap leadership panel. So as they pose a photo, I would request you to display a QR code here, which is also kept on your tables. That's for you to just click and show your interest towards the Educate India program, because we thought on this day when it's a very, very important day for us. When we launched this program, we would like to understand from some of the institutions who are keen to take it up, just like how we signed with the first college today. So you can code the scan, you can scan the code now or after lunch and fill in a small form, which will help us to send you a detailed proposal by end of today or tomorrow. So with this, we will break for lunch. The lunch for the delegates are served downstairs in the dining hall. I request you to all walk down. You can take both the stairs, go for lunch, and let's assemble back by 2:30 for the final panel discussion after the lunch. Thank you all.
We'll now go ahead with our last panel discussion for this evening on dynamic industry and academia partnerships. I request everyone to settle down so that we can commence with the last panel discussion. I now invite the moderator, Mr. Srichand, Head Enterprise Business, to the dais to take over this session.
Thanks, Vanshika. Good afternoon, all. The session after lunch hour is always something very challenging, and I'm glad that I have been entrusted this as a challenge, as well as with speakers who are pretty eminent in their own domain, coming from various different industries, various different backgrounds, and pretty eminent vice chancellors and doyens in the academic field. I'd first like to call upon stage Rajeshwari Natarajan, who's head HR in Nippon Paint India with over 30 years of experience in various corporates and MNCs. Specializes in L&D, organization development and talent management, transforming HR functions to align with business goals and drive successes. She is also a life member of NHRD and ISTD, and a strong advocate of women's mentoring and leadership. Welcome, ma'am, please. I'm also fortunate that this panel is having a majority of ladies on the panel, so that brings in the diversity factor also here. It's my pleasure to welcome on stage Sabita, a good friend. She is CHRO at Market Simplified with, again, over 30 years of experience in IT and ITES sectors, specializing in transforming HR functions, aligning business goals and driving success. She has led significant HR transformations, earning accolades like Great Place to Work and recognition as one of the top 100 best workplaces for women in India, with expertise in talent management, diversity, and digital HR innovation. From the academic field, one of the most prominent, I perhaps might say that one of the leading universities in India, it's our pleasure to welcome on stage Dr. Muthamil Chelvan, who is Vice Chancellor at SRM Institute of Science and Technology, with over, should I say, 40 years of experience in academic and administrative roles. He's a PhD from Anna University and a master's from IIT Chennai. He specializes in nanoscience, nanotechnology, has over 90 international publications, and recognized as an honorable guest professor at Shizuoka University in Japan. A family member to call upon stage, Chetna. It's my honor. She's the CHRO leading in LTI Mindtree, over 28 years of experience. She's leading in terms of strategic HR initiatives to foster robust organizational culture, enhance talent management, and has been pivotal in Mindtree acquisition and integration of LTI into Mindtree, or rather the other way around, focusing on diversity, inclusion, and continuous learning. Welcome.
Thank you.
Last but not the least, again, to round up the industry-academia partnership, again, it's my pleasure to welcome on stage Dr. Sasangan, Professor Sasangan Ramanathan, who's currently Dean and Head of Engineering at Amrita University, with over 20 years of international experience in research and leadership. Holds a PhD in chemical engineering from Clarkson University, and has a background in research and development, technology development, including serving as CTO in a US company specializing in semiconductor fabrication. I know where we will go to when we talk about semiconductor training. So it's my pleasure to start off this round. Let me go to my seat. topic we have today is creating dynamic industry-academia partnership. We have had a full day session which talked about this, and as my fellow panelists have voiced their opinion during the lunch hour, is what else is there to talk. But I'm sure as all of you know, I don't think it is just left to a few people talking. It needs a lot of debate, and it would not have come to this position had we had all solutions just by talking up on stage. So therefore, the eminent panelists who will probably take a few questions which I have the pleasure to queue, but also delve on the topic further. A small difference in the topic itself is in the way that we have titled the topic as Dynamic Industry-Academia Relationship. Morning we had Bridging the Skill Gap, which I feel, in my personal opinion, is a very static topic. Like, if you find a solution to that, your problem is solved. But the topic that we are discussing here today is something which is dynamic. I don't think there is a permanent solution or a solution that will evolve just by discussing over an afternoon or even perhaps across a period in time. And therefore, I just wanted to sound out why the topic and the importance of the topic before I hand over the mic to each of them to give their perspectives on the topic. I'll start with Rajeshwari and we'll go around.
Hello, good afternoon. Vanakkam. I think how many of you understand Tamil, I'm not sure, but still, I always prefer to quote beautiful Thirukural, Karka Kasadara Karpavai Katrapin Nirka Adarkitaha. I think for others who were not in a position to understand Tamil, thousands of years back in Thirukural, Thiruvalluvar made this one Kural very, very apt and relevant for industry-academia collaboration. I don't know, thousands of years back during that, his lifetime, whether the colleges or formal colleges, institutions, corporates were existing or not, but he made it. Because the first 3 years, whatever the academia supposed to teach, equip, groom, nurture the students is very important. At the same time, after the graduation or post-graduation, Nirka Adarkitaha, whatever the student with the help of academia learned and they're supposed to deliver, which is what the industry expects. That is what, it's my own perspective. That is very, very interesting and beautiful. There only the collaboration, the dynamic relationship between the industry and academia actually flourish. And morning, one person was giving a very different, on listening to him, I thought, let me also give a different thing. Don't mistake me, academia, because in the past 25 years, I visited almost 200 plus institutions from IIM to IITs and different places. And then in the recent post-pandemic, colleges, I'm surprised that 1 week intern, 1 month intern, and every day they are supposed to give what is the learning. So all the my business leader, that is department heads, come back and used to say that, Raji, what is that? We can tell the student that everyday learning. He's coming with a format. Please, I am saying that it is maybe mandatory as part of your documentation, but it's very difficult every day from day one onwards, within a week or within a month, how you expect an intern or a summer project individual to learn. And it's very, very difficult. That one perspective strongly, I think, because it's especially in the past 2 years, I'm able to see that. I tell them, if you are ready to do at least for 3 to 4 months, I'm fine with that. Because again, when we talk about very relevant to the dynamic relationship, collaboration between industry and academia, we consider each intern or summer interns or project as a project, okay? Since we are sitting in L&T, they handle a lot of projects. I thought that we can put it in that way. So that's easy post-lunch for you guys to understand. And on a lighter side, any institution representative, that is your student, we do corporates, a lot of process, We do the aptitude test, we do the group discussion for even summer intern. Because so much for one position, we get normally 30, 40 profiles from the institutions, from different institutions. So with a specific project in mind or strategy, we call it as, and execution of that project is very important. Then the outcome for the student, for the academia, as well as the corporates is very, very important. Then we need to sustain. So sustainability part, and also the collaboration part. So this each project, we did a little bit of fun brainstorming with the leaders. And in our group, any summer intern, industry academia collaboration, we call each that as a project with a tagline, okay? We give a different tagline which is selected by the student itself. And we give the weightage also, very interestingly, and accordingly the evaluation and score end of the intern, 3 months or 4 months period, we give weightage of strategy 25%, and execution, how we are going to execute that recommendation or the conclusion by the intern. Then what is going to be the outcome, benefit for the individual, for the corporate or the institution, that we give 40%. And now every entire world is talking about sustainability, ESG, right? ESG, I hope everybody is aware. So is it possible to connect somewhere with ESG in a long run to sustain the business and project? And the end of the day, collaboration. So 100% we evaluate. This is what we does now in our organization. I thought this is relevant for the topic and for the academia, because its stalwarts are sitting here, all vice chancellors and doctors. We are from industry, but I prefer to talk ground reality. That is what my perception on this. Thank you.
Sabita, you can, your views on the topic.
Thank you. I already got my mic. Very good afternoon, everyone. I know some of you are already asleep. Okay. I'm personally very, very delighted and very grateful to be here. And I want to voice my gratitude to Sanjay Ranganathan and to Anbuthambi here. They are all people whom I have known for several years, and I'm still in awe of them. But more than that, I feel sitting over here absolutely a student from the time I walked in today. And that's because I'm hearing the doyens of education industry sitting right here. To me, AI is not artificial intelligence. AI is an academy-industry coexistence. And that's what will determine how this industry is going to shape up. Right? There's so much of it's so much of a beaten topic. Everywhere you go, you keep hearing academy industry, and I've been speaking on this topic, with NASSCOM and subsequently with ICT for easily about 15, 20 years. But trust me, every time I step into a forum and come back, there's so much that we learn about what academia is doing, which in normal circumstances we possibly wouldn't have assimilated. All that we need to do is, this topic is so very important to us because it not only defines the future of industry, but it also is the very fabric of the industry in getting the right people there. Though we churn out about 16 million engineers every year on year in India, how many of them are actually people whom a client will pick up and say, yes, this is the kind of person I need. I'm not going to use the word employable, again, a very beaten word. Every one of us is employable. Where we get employed is the point. So today we have, I wanted to start off, but yes, this is one small example I want to give you. 2 days ago, I had somebody who had joined my organization newly, and I asked this person to go through a customized induction program because he had already got a 6-month internship in one of the big league companies and he had come from Bangalore. Now, the guy refused to do his induction. You may be surprised why he did not want to do an induction or sit through the induction. All he told me was, you know, ma'am, I'm here because of my parents. I want to be an entrepreneur and run this organization like the CEO of the company is doing. Now, there are two ways of looking at that statement. One is to guffaw and laugh it away and say, hey, come on, you just come out and, you know, you're a budding leaf and sprout and whatnot. But the other part is a reality. Today's youngsters, much has been spoken about millennial generation and so on and so forth. But what's wrong in somebody aspiring to create job opportunities for people around him? There's nothing wrong. So can we in India, in the Indian context, create an ecosystem together? Because today a lot of companies run like entrepreneurial setups. Within a larger organization, there is an organization within an organization. All we need is the right kind of people who will take that forward to the next leap. And I would humbly and earnestly request all of you to support this movement, to create more and more entrepreneurs for not only for the industry, but for the Indian economy to thrive in the digital era. Thank you.
Dr. Muthamar Selvan, your views on the topic, please.
Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you very much for having me in this panel. Yeah, of course, industry and academia are two sides of the same coin, though they don't see each other, but a coin cannot exist without industry and academia. Now, this has been a topic for years together. In different forums we have been discussing. But of late, I see a lot of convergence. The academia is willing to go to the industry and the industry is willing to come to the academia. Probably when L&T conducts another conclave like this, it should be done in an educational institution rather than doing it here. That will bring in a lot of change. I feel there are three things, though this might have been said earlier. The first and foremost thing is the unemployability. We are talking about engineering students. The students choose an institution on the basis of the placement. So still that question remains, unemployability. And there is a lot of information about that. The second one is disruption of traditional roles. That's another challenge. The third one is about core branches are starved of talent. So these are the three areas I think we need to focus so that we are comfortable in grooming our next generation. Now, if you look at the unemployability, there are three stakeholders: students, universities, and the industry. In the case of students, they are losing opportunities. Opportunities are not that much. When I say not that much, the amount of training has given them some opportunity to appear before certain companies, but not in total. That's the first challenge. The second challenge for students is unable to realize their potential. I think in academia, we are still glued to the departments, segregation. There is no multidisciplinary approach in all our programs. So they are unable to realize their potential. Now, if you take universities, we are facing placement challenges. Every time when companies come, then we talk about the placement. We get the feedback from the company, go back to the faculty members, tell them what is required. So this chain keeps on improving. It's actually a loop which makes the faculty members also to improve their skill. And then we are unable to meet the expectations or the aspirations of the parents and students. We are not able to meet. They come with high hopes, but we are not able to meet their aspiration. These are the two challenges that universities look at. In the case of industry, dearth of workforce. Straight hit on the workforce. If the students are not employable, straight hit on the workforce, that's the first one. So again, you have to go back and train the resources. That involves cost, it involves time. And then probably, more important is that you are unable to serve the business clients where you lose a lot of opportunity. So this unemployability affects the students, universities, and the industry. The second thing is disruption of traditional job roles. With the advancement in technology, you know that the entry-level jobs are disrupted. So what is next? So what are the new age technical skills that are required? People are talking about AI, ML, analytics, cloud, LLM. So these are certain things, but if you really see how far the academics are introducing these programs in the curriculum is a challenge, because many of the faculty members are not trained in this. They themselves study and then move forward. That's one thing. Then the compressed time frame. Every project has a compressed time frame. It is not like earlier thing. So people are all on toes. Collaboration is the way of life. You have to improve the cognitive skills. Cognitive skills is very important. Apart from technical skills, cognitive skills is important. So collaborative learning, collaborative work is very, very important. That's why I say that students from different disciplines should come together and work. Then ownership mode of operation is default expectation. That means an employee has to perform his research and also managing buy-in from stakeholders. So that the responsibility of an employee is much more. Then coming to the last point is about the core branches. We are losing a lot of talent. Now why we are losing a lot of talent? Software industries are the attraction. There are a lot of opportunities for the students. Not only that, the huge pay is also one other factor where the students are attracted towards it. Then if you see the other thing, students lose interest in going to the core branches. And obviously they can also say about the pay package and those things. So I really feel that these three essential things are to be tackled so that the gap between the industry and academia can be reduced. I cannot say it can be narrowed down and things like that. It takes time. So frequent visits to industry visiting the institution beyond recruitment is the need of the hour. So thank you.
Chetna.
Thank you. So very good afternoon to all of you. It's a feeling of pride when I'm sitting here and looking at this large audience. Congratulations to Sanjay, Fabian, Srichand, and Dr. Anbu and the entire team. I think you have brought L&T EduTech to a place today which was envisioned by SNS in 2017-18. I think it gives me a lot of pride from bottom of my heart. The entire idea of bringing L&T EduTech to such a large life was to help India grow, right? And I think all of you are doing a fantastic job, and such a large audience of industry academia bringing together is fantastic work. So and want to respond to you, to Vice Chancellor, sir, that industry and academia are two sides of a coin and they don't see each other. But I think they often see now each other, and they cannot exist without each other. They are interdependent on each other. The way industry is evolving and the technological, if I have to talk about from a technological company perspective, it's an ever-evolving technology landscape changing. I mean, what Y2K to digital to AI to Gen AI, I think with a blink of eye, things are changing. And it's when such kind of changes are happening, even the relationship is also evolving. The expectation from both sides are increasing. So it is our onerous responsibility on both sides of the institution, either from the campus. I always call it as an institution campus and a corporate campus. So both campus need to come together to see that how their relationship also need to be agile in terms of course correcting the offering what they give to the student at the end of the day, as well as to the employee at the beginning of their career. And for that, when I reflect back as a student when I was in the university, and from the last several years of my experience also, the way companies were looking at institutes for campus recruitment. I don't think so that is existing, and that will exist also going forward. It is a relationship which will have an outcome of recruitment, but relationship need to be there. The understanding of the institute about the organization expectation and the organization also expectation of how they will support the student and the faculties from a very beginning of their organization expectation, the ever-changing customer requirement at the end of the day, which flows back to the university. That will help in deepening this relationship and making a productive relationship. Just to give you some examples about it, that, the integration of your expectation, whatever you said, sir, as far as AI, ML, data science, digital engineering, those are something, organization, especially in IT firms nowadays, they talk about it. So that has to, in the real practical problems of the customer-led problems, should go back to the institute. And which, in fact, if I have to give you an example, what we are doing at LTI Mindtree in terms of enriching, having a program of faculty enriching. So throughout the year, we bring faculties to our campus in terms of sharing our expectations with them. That what is that we are looking forward to, which they will incubate in their sessions with the students. We also constantly send our subject matter experts to the campus, wherein we share our expectations with the campus as well. We bring the institute campus to our campus to give them an experience, that not only through your internship programs, but otherwise also to give them a flavor about how we operate. And that gives an excitement to the student also. We also make sure that there are innovation lab. I think one we have launched recently, and there are few on its ways, wherein we go to the campus, we have an innovation lab at the campus, and then we collaborate with the student and faculty to bring out innovations from there. I think these are some of those things which we need to do differently to make the relationship more deeper. If we look at it transaction-based, that yes, I need 5,000 people, 5,000 students at the end of the year, and therefore I need to look at these 50 colleges, I don't think so that's going to work. And even after we onboard them, how are they going to be productive? Therefore, there is a left shift intervention which is happening so that we make the students productive from the day they come into the campus. And another intervention which we are doing, I'm sure that L&T EduTech is spearheading, but we are a knowledge partner to L&T EduTech in terms of curating the courses for L&T EduTech. And because our blood and our spirit is for nation building as an organization, L&T, in this way we are building nation also in terms of curating the courses, not only for LTI Mindtree benefiting, but to the industry at large. So that is how it has to work, and it has to also evolve over a period of time. Thank you.
Dr. Sasangan, your views, please.
Yeah. Srichand, is it okay if I'm a little unconventional? Unconventional.
Oh, really? And then we take this out then.
So yours got knocked out. How many of you are from industry in this audience? Because I can see the speakers are gone, so we can be a bit more relaxed. Raise your hand. How many of you are from industry? Only one? Now, this is a test, my dear friends, because I always make my students engaged, whether it's orientation or anything. I have 20 years in industry, 10 years in academia. So I have seen both sides of the coin, and they are not the same coin, unfortunately. It's completely different. One doesn't work with the other one doesn't work. And that's why this whole, we've only added dynamic today, correct? Because academia industry has been there. Yeah? Skill gap and the bridge, we haven't built the bridge yet, right? So today we added dynamic. So how many of you who raised the hand, you're in industry, want to teach? Go to a college. Okay, good. Out of the 20, we got 3 who are willing to teach. Now, if I ask the same question to a faculty member, nobody would raise their hand. Guaranteed. Because if somebody got 60 lakhs per annum, you see all these ads, oh, 75 LPA. Well, if your kids can get it, why can't you? Simple question. Oh, it's my passion. That's the next answer. I am passionate about teaching, hence I am teaching for 20 lakhs per annum. Beautiful answer, I agree with that. Now I'll tell you, academia-industry partnership is important because both parties benefit. Now I had about 25 to 50 million US dollars every year to spend on this academia-industry partnership where I was on the industry side. We used to take the research activities of an industry. Every large company, small or big, they have a roadmap. That roadmap is for the next 3 years, 5 years. We take whatever we cannot do within the company because the company is focused on short term, medium term. It's all commercial. Products have to come out, they have to be rolled. No, there is no extension of dots in your Excel sheet. That's industry. Professors, today we have a date, we just change the date, same Excel sheet can roll. Next thing we know, we will change the year, same Excel sheet can go. But they can do fundamental research. So we give the fundamental research to universities, academia, take the short-term, medium-term projects that need perfect execution for profitability. So we used to do that. Now here, after I came here, I thought, okay, there is no tunnel between this side of the coin to that side of the coin. So I walked around to the other side of the coin, academia. We have 3-4 components in a dynamic partnership, and we have successfully, we are living through it. It is not a project that ends, it's a ... We have so many partnerships with industry with very specific goals and objectives for both the industry and the academia. We want our curriculum to be vetted, so they will sit with us, we will lock them in a room, they will not move out until something nice and decent comes out. That's industry contribution. Second, our faculty will go to the industry. For me, student internship is a third point. If the requirements are changing so rapidly and your faculty are not aware of it, how can the students become suddenly employable? Sorry, I don't believe that story. So first, upskill your faculty. So for me, industry, academia partnership means faculty involvement on a very, very regular basis. That is absolutely key. I don't know how many academicians are here. You can think to yourself, ask yourself, including sir, how many of your faculty are employable? I'm just going to leave this question to you. You answer that question. So first, your foremost resource and your asset is your faculty. Somebody said, great school, great university. How did this great school come about? Not because of a glassy building, it is because of the quality of people inside the building. That's where it starts. So invest in your faculty through this academia-industry partnership. That will automatically snowball into everything that you have said since morning. So that's point number 1. Actually, point number 3. Then, the last thing, of course, is for students. I want all of the industry, any MOU that is signed will not be signed without a mentor from the industry. 1 minimum mentor, and we have a slew of 10 mentors from every industry. So the industry-academia partnership is not paperwork, it is not a MOU signed and filed, it should be implemented. If all of you today think that you really want to drive this change, you can make it happen. It has worked at Amrita. So with that, I will leave the dynamic part. I have seen it, and it is not easy to cross over from industry to academia, neither academia to industry. The goals are different. Our perspective is different. So let's understand that there are differences, but figure out a way to make it work.
Quite an interesting perspective. One thing has come out of all the views that I am still yet to, or rather we are yet to see which coin we are talking about when we say it's not two sides of the coin or it is one side of the coin. But so let me start off with the senior most academician on our panel, Dr. Muthamil Selvan. We did talk in terms of the views of where we are headed in terms of the academia and the industry, saying that, there should be a connect. There is no two doubts about it. We are not talking about leaving one for the other. And an interesting point brought out by Dr. Sasangan was whether from the industry somebody is employable in the academia or vice versa. Quite an interesting perspective that, but I don't think that is what we are debating right now, sir, but it's an interesting perspective. That brings me to the question as to Dr. Muthamil Selvan. In your experience, have you had any success stories of industry-academia partnerships which you were personally involved in or your institution has been involved in? What made them successful? And if you had any innovative approaches which were, path breakers or game changers at that point in time, your views.
Yeah, thank you, Sri. As I mentioned earlier, we were looking for something beyond the placement. How do you engage with the industry beyond the recruitment process? So a lot of discussions happened within the university. At a certain point of time, Apple company came forward to have a center of excellence at Sitharam. We were wondering how to go about that. In fact, they approached us. It is not we. They approached us. Then after long discussions, they said that we want to encourage more students to become an entrepreneur. So they want to train them as app developers, iOS app developers. And as I said by Dr. Sasangan, faculty always play a crucial role. If that link is broken, it will be very difficult. Our faculty members are not that experienced to train our students to become an app developer. So then there was a suggestion from Apple again that why don't we involve Infosys? So we have a technology creator, Infosys technology enabler, and SRM knowledge enabler. So it took about 7-8 months to conceive this idea and then really launch it. The support from Apple was substantial. And in terms of mentoring from Infosys, it was really great. We call this program as Inspire, Engage, and Transform. So we floated a circular saying that there is an opportunity like this. How many of you would like to be a part of this program? Close to about 1,000 students responded to that. And on screening, we took it down to 650 and gave them training for about 2 weeks by Infosys. So we could inspire 650 students to improve their design thinking, coding skills, and identify the problem. Then again, we thought that 650 is a bigger number, so we should slash it down to about 300, 350 or so, and engage them in a better manner. How to become an entrepreneur, design thinking, again, coding. So from 650, it was brought down to 350. Mentored again by experts from industry, in particular Infosys. And those students were given some sort of idea to come out with a prototype. It was a collaborative work. It's not independent work. But again, 350 was a huge number. After about 30 hours of training, another round of screening took place, and finally we zeroed down at 50. So they were divided into about 10 groups or so, approximately 4 to 5 in a group. And they were working on the prototype. So once the Infosys team approved that prototype, they were all given training in their campus, Infosys campus, to learn more and try to bring out that as a product. So not only the technology or the coding part, the communication skills, how to pitch in the product. So all those training were given. All the 50 students were there for about 2 months there. And I'm very happy to share that out of 10 apps that our students were working, 4 of them are going to be deployed in the iOS App Store in the next 3-4 months. And all those 10 groups, they want to become an entrepreneur. They want to become an entrepreneur. And in the process, we have trained 10 faculty members who are Apple certified trainers. Now, these 10 faculty members, they play a vital role in connecting to the students, encouraging them to take up such challenging tasks and come out successfully. So this is one story that I wanted to share with you. It's really going on well, and I'm happy to share that at SRM, this was the first iOS app development center in our country. And today, I would say about 2,000 students have some experience of what is this iOS app development, and we are planning to train more and more as years go by. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Quite insightful, I must say, for people to have gone across at the academic stage and become entrepreneurs while they were studying. Quite an insightful story that. I would now like to ask you, Rajeshwari, on what are the key benefits of industry-academia partnership, and if you can share your views on how it helps both the parties.
Thank you. It's a very interesting question. Before I get into this question, based on this ideas or views shared by, I wanted to share it with you. Why can't we involve and even educate the parents? Why I'm saying this in this forum is, I was part of this mock placement for engineering students almost for 8-9 years. So we do the aptitude test, then we do the mock, that is how that interview, technical interview, HR interview will be to get the placement for the students. And Sabita rightly said that I feel so bad after working almost for 25 plus years in different MNCs, Fortune 500 companies, where we are going to in this country, because parents are obsessed with engineering, I think. 2 years back, I was part of 450 college students. We were doing mock interview, and at end of the session, the placement coordinator said, why don't you call everyone I'm going to call, you just have an interaction with them for 10-15 minutes. It's quite shocking revelation, and biotechnology and chemical engineering and 3 other engineering students, it's 52%. Then the next 2 years, me and my team did the dipstick with the engineering students. And we found that 50 to 52% of the students are not really keen in pursuing engineering, but they are forced to do engineering by the parents or the pressure from the family. So that you finish engineering, you get into your IT job, you get married. That's a way, maybe, it's a very big task for the academy as well as the industry. So how can I give you a career path if the person is not really passionate about doing it. And I'm facing it especially in the past 2 years. I was part of campus because we are into paint chemical industry. And we have 2-3 colleges, very limited colleges, they offer paint technology. So M.Tech paint technology. So I was there and we shortlisted 3 and top 2 I wanted to take with a very good package because it's taking paint technology for my technology R&D. R&D, you know, no, always our technical, even though you put your NDA, your code of conduct, conflict of interest, they just like that they move around and we were finalized and we supposed to release the offer. One person came, madam, I need just few minutes of your time. Why I am sharing this, where we are leading in this academy and industry. I don't know what we can do with this. And I said, madam, I said, are you not comfortable or convinced with this CTC or anything? Only curiosity. No, madam. First of all, I am not at all interested in getting into a job. Then why you did a paint technology, M.Tech, spending 2 years, 4 years plus 2 years? I am keen in photography. My mother don't want me to do photography and all, at least till marriage. This is the, I thought this is how we are going to bridge the gap. We are talking about dynamic relationship, how we can collaborate industry and academia. I got shock of my life. Then I said, thank you, at least now you shared me. Shortlist 2 and 3, I called these 2 kids. I said, are you keen? Do you have any other passion? Because once I release offer, I am answerable for my management, so we need to onboard, orientation, OJT. That's the way our, it's very difficult for the professors and chancellors. It's not in our hands. What corporate? And one more very important point I thought I will share it with you. After so many discussions we started, I'm trying with my industry now. We hire engineers as well as chemical engineers and paint specialists. Okay, we put them in manufacturing as well as we put them in R&D to develop paint. So after 6 months we do the probationary. It's a global standard, probationary review. So if the individual is not really strong in the subject, especially the technology part, engineering part, we extend the probation normally. We call it as PIP. Performance Improvement Plan, we give the opportunity, scope for improvement. I will say that in HR that we support you, don't worry, it is nothing to worry. 3 months you focus on that. And it is a pathetic thing, it is a failure only for any industry. I don't know how many academicians can come and support us on this. Because where we are lacking, because the employability we are talking, huge employment opportunities are there, but still when we hire freshers, these are all the issues in industry we face. I thought practical issue, let me share this. So then what we thought, after 2.5 years of discussion, which college we are hiring, I was talking to the principal and the professors. Is it possible for you, if I send 3 guys, 3 more weeks or 4 more weeks, you teach them further with practical thing, he can tell you, he can correlate the practical knowledge after working 6 months in the industry. Still, he wanted to learn some of the concepts. He wanted to strengthen the concepts. So we will sponsor. After 1.5 years, one college finally, I have to thank really academia. At least people are in a position to understand the industry concern, grievance, I can say that. He understood and he said, okay, you send me the student. Again, I will do the reskilling. So it is really successful. And that guy has moved to Japan now, whom we hired, onboarded at the end of 6 months. He was not clear with some of the concepts. Again, he had gone back to the college with a mentoring by principal and the professor. He learned, he came back, he actually launched a very, very unique product, and which was a super duper hit because any CEO will see only the top line, right? Top line, and all CFOs will see the bottom line here. I think how many CFOs are there? That is what the expectation, revenue is the expectation from the corporates. Now he moved to our headquarter, global headquarter, industry and academia. We need to sit across, we push them, the academic people we always need to challenge them to come out with this kind of a solutions. That I will say. Then I'll come back just to take a minute. Mentoring is the key benefit. So what we do in in previous organization, whether it is a Pepsi or it is a Panasonic, now it is Nippon. We identify a mentor because we identify after a structured process, we take 4 or 5 interns, summer interns, we give them the pre-placement offer with a specific project in mind and with a mentor from the organization, mentor from the college. It's again unfortunate, the mentor from the academia, don't take it in a wrong way. You need to spend time with quality time with the student. So whenever the student goes back to that college with some kind of a clarification, the professor is busy. So that my humble request to the academia professors and teaching faculty that when the corporate is sending the students as part of some mentoring program, please come forward to support the student as well as it is beneficial for, and mentoring is the one. Second important thing is curriculum development. Most of the organization does, we also does, we after a lot of discussions and brainstorming, we support in our industry 2-3 institutions to, we developed a curriculum and which is part of the last semester so that we observe the students and give them the job because our overall mission for this actually industry, we call it as IIIC, Industry Institution Interaction Center we have. Fortunately or unfortunately, I had that. We does this, it's really a very, very good one. And which is, but it's not so easy unless the faculty, academic people come forward and willingly listen what is that expectation from the industry. So industry CEO perspectives, we need to share our industry expectations. So curriculum which is mutually beneficial, which is really a key benefit. Then internship. Internship is really a huge success. Whether I worked in FMCG or FMCD or service industry, intern is the mutual benefit for both academia, student as well as the corporates. Because once we successfully complete and give some recommendations or suggestions by the student, and most of the students are not really open to share a lot of recommendations, worrying that whether the mentor will question him. It is, he is preparing the report only for the purpose of Viva and the marks. Not like that. Faculty can support the students to prepare the detailed project report with recommendations and suggestions, which will be of huge support for the organizations to take initiatives or action plans based on the recommendations. Nothing to worry whether he is a young student or not. We are not looking into this. We need a relevant conclusion. The next 2 points is research area. Research area is, now especially in the past 10 years, I can see almost every industry is spending lakhs and crores of money with academia on research projects, which is really a welcome one. And in our industry also, we spend a lot of thing. And we identify the students, we identify the institution, we invest huge money on research areas, which is relevant to us also, which is relevant to that thing. Then case studies. Case studies is one of the super duper, which is my passionate. Academia, in collaboration with academia, the industries can work on that and develop a case study, which will be part of many of the students' curriculum or institutions' curriculum, which will help. For years they talk about case study. It is like a history. So case study is the one, it's very, very important and thing. And my request, because it's, I said after completion of graduation, engineering or post-graduation, people normally come and within 3-4 months, some of them, 80% of them is really happily settled down. 20% of the students community, they really struggle. And that is what I thought, let me give one clear message on this. Normally we call it as the line of choice, okay? When the student, end of 4 months or 6 months, he talks about the ownership, accountability and responsible, that is a victory. It's a victory for the organization, academia as well as the student. But unfortunately, around 22% of my, in my experience, that they fall in this below the line where the student will blame, excuse and denial. So this is what I call it as line of choice. You need to be, I always advise the students to be in the line of victory, not in this below the line, so that it is a huge success for the industry, institution, as well as the student. That's what my perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajeshwari. What Rajeshwari talked was music to our ears, at least in L&T EduTech, because we are doing exactly what she talked about, bringing the case studies or bringing the relevant industry perspective back into college. We are on the right track, I suppose. I'll continue asking with respect to the industry. We heard somebody from the manufacturing side. We'll get a perspective from the service industry side. I'll go to Chetna, Sabita. I know you picked up the mic. If I may ask you, Chetna.
Yeah.
You have worked across the corporate domain, even in L&T or otherwise. What are the expectations of the corporate from academia in developing the talent for the future?
So I'll put it in a couple of points, and not that from IT services industry, but also from corporate side as well. I'll use that mic. This is okay? Okay, couple of points. I think I don't want to elaborate what Rajeshwari and Vice Chancellor Sir has told. I want to say that from corporate side, it is expected that the students are updated with the technical proficiency. One is theoretical knowledge, but at the same time, how do you kind of have an understanding about what is happening across, and converting those theory into practical and ideas at the workplace. So those kind of proficiency, technical proficiency, need to be there at the students in the campus. But as sir said that, how do you do that? And I heard him saying that most of our faculties, one point in time, your faculties, you had to upskill them. So therefore, it is necessary that we, as it is said, that the faculties are the most critical link between student and the corporate. Therefore, their upskilling is important. And then that need to be percolated to the students' technical proficiency also. Second thing is that the practical learning. It is easy to say it, but as a student, if I get a right exposure when I am there in the internship at the corporate, that makes a lot of difference. So therefore, it has to be a constant effort from the academy as well as from the corporate to give the right exposure to the student when they come to the corporate. Now, how do we do that? That is where the challenge lies, right? That's there the relationship plays. That's there where the understanding about both parties comes in. But that is another expectation from the corporate, because when the student comes to the corporate campus and works on live projects, then his exposure to the organization also there, and that actually gets converted into a pre-placement offer, and that works well also with my experiences. The third part is that as a student, I mean, there is a ever-evolving dynamic world. Therefore, the agility for learning need to be there. So it's not so that understanding has to go to the campus in such a way that even if they get a job in the corporate, especially I've seen in IT industry, it's, every few years you have to keep updating yourself. You have to keep upgrading yourself. So therefore, the agility of learning, the adaptability to learning, and that acceptance to learning need to be there. And resilience to again and again keep learning when things are, when the technologies keep on changing. So that is another point. The fourth point is with respect to the critical thinking. I heard you talking about design thinking. Critical thinking and bring the innovative ideas to the workplace is something what every manager is looking forward to in the team. Now in IT industry, the generation gap is bridging, because our 60-70% or more than that, in fact, in any of these IT companies are youngsters, up to 35 years of age group. And therefore, the mass, when the mass is there at up to 22 to 35 years, left shift of critical thinking and innovative ideas is not there with the gray hairs, but with anybody who comes with the idea to the table gets valued. The next thing is that how do we kind of create a more curated curriculum. I told that in my initial statements, but then it is a responsibility of the organization or the corporate to constantly work with the academic to curate the courses, because there is always a lot in between theory and workplace. Theory gives you concept, but the case studies, as you said, the simulation-based exercises, the experience and exposure through the interim learning at the corporate campus actually helps the student to get a better understanding and also the academy to understand the expectation of the corporate. As I mentioned about the innovation lab, what LTI Mindtree is doing or already launched with one institute, don't want to name that here, but then one institute and few more are there in the process. There is a commitment from the organization at a very leadership level to make sure that the innovation doesn't lie with the people who comes to our organization, but the organization goes to the academy. And there is an effort because the individual who goes behind this also has got a regular role to perform and also have a responsibility to do at the institute. So that kind of commitment comes in when it flows from the top. So it's an expectation from the organization also to go one step further to the academy, and at the same time academy also to participate in the innovation lab to constantly motivate students, faculties to co-create along with the corporate. I think many other points what madam was talking about, mentoring and all, those are regular one, but I thought some of these things which will actually help bridging the gap, because the narrow the gap is, the better benefit it gives to both sides of the coin, sir.
Thanks, Chetna. That itself, indeed a different perspective, I must say, because I know we have been discussing along with Chetna, with L&T EduTech, and some of these ideas we are actually implementing in L&T EduTech. Especially the curated content part of it is something that I believe in a few months' time we will probably say it's a success story to even write about. The left shift part of it is something we are putting it into practice, and as I'm talking, we are rolling out courses in the academy for the industry. I mean, it's a kind of a unique setup that we have introduced. My next question would be to Dr. Sasangan. You have the unique experience of actually walking the bridge between the industry and academia from one to the other, and perhaps not the vice versa as what you challenge the people here. But nonetheless, what I wanted you to talk about is, what are the challenges you've encountered in forming or maintaining partnerships between academia and industry? Since you played both the roles, I believe you can give the best perspective to this.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Challenges. Well, fundamentally, challenges will come from sort of different expectations. So me as an industry, if I were to go back to the US, like what Chetna ma'am explained, we have to start the conversation. So that means I must do the homework. When I get there, I am clear about what I expect from this partnership. And the academia will say, yes, we can meet it or not meet it. But that sort of clarity, if you start that partnership up front, then it will become dynamic. Sometimes we just walk around and talk, and eventually we just sign something, but there is no clarity on what are we going to do. So normally, if you look at how it should operate, is we should go with clarity on what should be done, both sides. When you don't have misinterpretation, misrepresentation, then everything works fine. Now that's on things that don't involve IP. When you start with intellectual property, when the industry starts funding projects for you, there will be this tug of war between two egos. One, the academicians will say, no, that's my IP, I will own it. Industry will say, I'm funding it, so I own it. Typically, you go part way. Okay, it's a joint IP. So that part normally gets settled. The third part is industry spending enough time to devote to the academia. Normally that doesn't happen. We normally have niceties in the conference rooms, and then when you actually want to implement something, industry will not have time. When they have time, academicians will not have time, so you will never meet. So you have to address that challenge also. That's why that committed relationship, the dynamic will be there if the industry and academia are husband and wife with a nice relationship, not the husband and wife who will fight. So 70% may end up with just the industry academia, 20-30% will be truly dynamic industry academia. If you want to proceed that way to the dynamism, eliminate the misinterpretation and sort of assumptions. And that has worked for Amrita, at least after I came here, because there are no dormant MOUs. It's all been very active. And like I said, our first priority has always been faculty. So we're able to bridge the gap and actually build a bridge. So the success all lies in straightforward conversation.
That's a great perspective. I must add to what you said when you say that have a great conversation and less of misinterpretation. I keep wondering whether at all there is a conversation going on. But yeah, I must add from an industry perspective and having had a stint at the EduTech, there is a lot of conversation going on. Perhaps the latter part of what you said needs to be looked at, quote unquote, misinterpretation. Good perspective on that. I'll come back to a person who's quite experienced in terms of having worked in the services and product industry. Sabita, I'll ask you a different sort of a question. What skills and competencies do you believe academia should focus? I know we talked about it a lot, but in your perspective, having had traversed various different industries, what are the skills or competencies that academia should focus on in terms of the industry needs?
This time I was careful not to switch on the mic before he could ask. All right, I know I'm the last speaker of I see the clock at 3:40, so the last speaker of the day and the last speaker in this session probably. I do have a couple of points which could be, augmenting whatever you've heard thus far. To answer your question, we've all been hearing a lot about expectations from industry, Sometimes I think we glorify industry, we epitomize industry. But what we do not understand is industry can't be where they are without academia's, input and output, right? Your output is my input. I'll offer you three perspectives, and this started working successfully in some very good institutions. I'm not going to be naming the institution, but what it requires is a lot of support from people at the helm in these colleges, the deciding authorities, their principal, director, so on and so forth. Today, corporate is looking at a lot of segmentation of talent, right? I'm sure we've all been hearing a lot about top talent initiatives. Why do we call somebody top talent? We've all been victim to brain drains, right? Our people are leaving us and going away from India. Why? Because they think there are no opportunities. A. B, they think they're treated like everybody else. So, we can't treat, I think personally, we need to treat people who are exemplarily different, truly differently. Which means, how about at the college level, probably between your third and your fourth year for students, Some of you may want to take this thought back. It can't change overnight, but you need to tell people how this helps. The brand, the image of your college, right? We're talking about segmenting your students because there are some exceptional ones who want to come out and do startups, who want to be entrepreneurs, who want to be project managers, and there's nothing wrong with any of these. It just shows that they have a certain degree of confidence which probably I never had at the time of growing up. I was not as vocal as that gen today is. There's nothing wrong, it's all perspective. So there was this person I interviewed and I asked him, what do you want to do 2 years down, 3 years down? So he said, one guy said, I want to take your seat. I smiled, did not answer anything. He said, are you scared, ma'am? Right, that set me thinking. And then we started working with some of these very close colleges in one of my previous organizations. Very successful model. The segmentation is purely basis their potential versus their current interests. In corporate, we call it performance versus potential 9-point grid. I'm urging the college authorities here to please take this back to your institutions and do an interest versus potential grid. Please don't go with marks, because trust me, all those people who made it so very big in corporates will tell you that they were backbenchers, right? Well, I was a topper throughout my school and college, and I did not even dream of becoming an entrepreneur. But today, I think it's more about creativity in this world today. You heard, I think we heard Chetna talk about creative thinking. I wanted to speak to you guys about design thinking, which is so important today with customers. So what is all this going to say is that we need to segment from your college, the output, and I need to segment my inputs. Because, we can't ask a crocodile to fly. Everyone has a uniqueness and a strength. The second thing therein, following on through what I said just now, the second point is, I don't know how many of you will have the bandwidth to, but please try it. There is this beautiful concept called Strength Finder. Now, when a student is into the second to the third year, you may want to pick on, Tom Rath, T-O-M-R-A-T-H. Tom Rath is the man who came out with this book called Strength Finder. And what we do in corporate, I proposed this to one of the colleges, and it worked very well because they were able to spot what kind of training program should be given to them in the third and the fourth year. Typically, you may want to do this for your students at the end of the second year. Now, if it's this is definitely going to give you a very different image because not many colleges do, support on strengths. We are always used to, right? We've always heard our teachers tell us, useless fellow or useless female, you can't do mathematics. What good are you in life? So somewhere along this conditioning has to change. How long will we keep on blaming and, intimidating and profiling every student on their weakness? How about tapping on their strengths? Let's make it more positive, right? Because if you're able to do that in the third year, start of the third year, trust me, you will be able to direct this individual into augmenting his future readiness. The word today is future readiness, right? We call it future ready leader, future ready employee. So future ready is, I'm coming to the next one later, but while we are on this, can we look at getting our students future ready right after the second year? And trust me, they will bloom because they'll be so thankful to you that you help them figure out where their strengths lie. But please don't call it performance versus potential. It is interest versus potential. Leave the performance evaluation to, to the rude people like us in corporate, right? It's sad, but true. The third thing, while we are on that note of segmenting population, is what I told you. I also told you about how you figure out, guide them on their strengths. The third thing that I want to share with you from a corporate perspective is, when we go to campus and hire, very important, I would request all your attention. When we go to campus and hire, we are traditionally doing simple, straight kind of examination tests, online tests, situation-based tests, whatnot and whatnot, right? All jargon. I come from the industry, but I deplore these jargons. Simple truth is, we hire for skill in some instances, we hire for the role in some instances. So I'm urging you to look at both kinds of hiring when corporates visit you. Get your people ready for those two kinds. I'm very certain you will have people who are very good with specific skills, and they will do very well in skill-based hiring vis-a-vis role-based hiring. Those who go for role-based hiring are people who probably dream, want to become project managers, who want to sit in a particular role, who are very enamored because, you know, the lure of the coat, suit, and boot is very high. I want to face a client. Maybe he has a techno-commercial streak in him, a role-based hire. But there are some people who are absolutely not happy with people, no man management. I don't want to be a people manager. I only want to do technology. That's it. Coding, coding, and coding, or maybe coding, testing, and something else. That's fine. So please don't put square pegs in round holes. I request that you create avenues in your college as professors, as faculties, for skill-based hires and role-based hires. And then you'll see the number of placements that you will have. The role of the placement head and the coordinators is most certainly to project this strength to corporates when they visit you. And say, we have people who will fit this and this and this. Right? We have design thinkers. We also have people who are, who are design thinkers. Much has been spoken about design thinking. But today, the customers, when they speak to us, and more so in the South Indian context, and I'm specifically saying, I'm a born South Indian, so don't mistake me. I'm saying South Indian context because when the customer is on the video call and says, can this be done? The guy is doing this, right? Left to right. And the customer just puts his pen down and says, this guy can't, he won't fit my bill. He can't do this. In reality, our dear boy was actually saying yes, but he was nodding his head vigorously and saying a no. So very simple thing, right? How do you connect with your customers? How do you articulate? We all do big, big communication workshops. I am a speaker in many college forums, and I've coached several. So when I see that, it is sad to see communication is oftentimes only associated with European English or American English. Come on, folks, we are all proud Indians. We don't need to put on an accent. We just speak the way we are. And I come from the hills of this country. I moved to the plains. We just embrace. We are quickly adaptable, right? COVID brought in a new term called resilience. Trust me and tell me none of you are resilient when crisis struck you. So are the students. They're tremendously resilient. We just need to tap on that skill of theirs, tell them that these are avenues for you, and create that pathway for them, right? Ecosystem is already there. Are we creating a pathway for them? And before we close, right, T-zone learning. I mean, I just scribbled all these points because I saw all my points taken away. Chetna stole my thunder away. Raji took away part of the thunder. And Shashank sir also took away quite a few points. So these were things I thought I should leave with you because these have been successfully implemented in many, many colleges. In closure, the T-zone learning is very important. So if you want your students to get well placed outside, please enable an environment where a T-zone, what is a T, right? There's a depth of learning in any area that they are good at, which you will identify from your 9-point grid. And they have to have a fundamental across. That brings me to the immediate need of the hour. How much of depth of subjects do our people go through? Our young budding professionals do not want to go into the depth. Control C, Control V is the norm, right? They go on internship on projects. My senior gives me the project ready-made. I just say it. The interview panel, I ask technical questions. I've learned from my tech panels. You twist the question and ask them differently, they're lost. They grope. I feel sorry for them because they just taught to emulate somebody rather than to come from their strengths. Please encourage T-zone learning in different aspects, whatever they do. Somebody in the morning panel talked about full stack Java. Full stack Java has existed from time immemorial. It's just that, we bring in new jargons and confuse both academia and the students. Let's not do that. Let's give them the opportunity because these are time-tested theory or formula for success. If somebody has got a depth of the subject, unfortunately, today's youth do not want to get into the depth because they are told that they need to know Python and they need to know C and they need to know. So you cannot get Sylvester Stallone and Mother Teresa rolled into one. It's not possible. So let's embrace diversity in its truest form in colleges. Because corporate just can't stand and shout out the roof. The input that we get in is where we work from, right? And as we close, I wanted to also leave this thought with you. The innovate clubs that many of you do in colleges. I know many colleges have innovation clubs. Somebody calls it Innovision Club. All that is fine. But may I request you in this forum not to encourage just individual success, but collaborative team success. Please ask them to work in teams of 4 or 5, because today we are talking, and I always conclude any session I go through with creating, and bringing out more of humanity and love and affection all around us. There's so much of jealousy, there's so much of strife, there's so much of competition, and that begins the way our academic system is, right? If you're not the topper, your parents don't give you a warm welcome back home. If you don't score 99%, look at Somasundaram's son or look at Gautam's daughter, look at them, you're good for nothing. This is the way our society is made. Somewhere this change has to happen, right? So can we encourage them to start working in teams and have shared success stories? Because corporate is not about an individual victory. Corporate is more about working in teams. If they don't work in teams, they fail. And when they fail, organizations fail, industries fail. And they lose jobs. So when people are normally retrenched from organizations, they're not retrenched because they did not do well on the job. What is doing well on the job? It's a culmination of all that I told you just now. Chitna spoke about agility. Very, very important. Agility today to the corporate, and they say, I have done all my studies there, ma'am. I have come to corporate because I want to enjoy life. Enjoyment will come, right? But we need to ensure that, are we creating the ecosystem where we bring in people together as teams, because corporate is all about winning as a team. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you.
Thanks, Abhita. Succinctly put, I must say. We have completely run out of time. Otherwise, I would have welcomed some closing remarks from the people. I leave Anbu to kind of bring in the closure here.
A big round of applause to this panel. One of the delegate told me, this is one of the strongest panel I have ever seen. One more big round of applause. I request Srichand to honor all the guests, the panelists. Can you come to front of the desk? So we will be having our final closing address by Dr. V. Kamakoti, the Director of IIT Madras, just after this. I'll request our team to help taking the chairs from the stage.
I'll request our team to please bring Kamakoti live on stage. Dr. Kamakoti, please. Can we have a quick group photograph with this panel, and then we'll proceed with the next session. While the photograph is happening, can we make the session live, please? Abhishek, Abhishek, Abhishek.
Everybody drop.
For the final address of the evening, we are privileged to have with us Dr. V. Kamakoti, Director of IIT Madras, with us today. Despite his demanding role overseeing in one of the India's premier institutions and his packed schedule, he has taken the time to join us virtually and address our event. Thank you very much. For the final address of the evening, we are privileged to have with us Dr. V. Kamakoti, Director of IIT Madras, with us today. Despite his demanding role overseeing in one of the India's premier institutions and his packed schedule, he has taken the time to join us virtually and address our event. Thank you very much, sir.
So over to Dr. Kamakoti.
Thank you very much. There's a echo.
Yes, sir. It's perfect, sir. You can go ahead.
No, but I'm listening to a echo. So this, can you just bring down your speaker? You mute your side, please. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for hosting me today. Apologies, I couldn't come there due to my very pressing commitments here. The L&T EduTech CONNECT' is a very important activity which every big industry in this country must aspire to do. There must be a bridge between academia and industry, because every one of you in the audience, your bread and butter is from the industry side is academic institution, and the ultimate goal of a major exists for assuring a career to the student which the industry ultimately gives them. So this is a very good relationship that we enjoy, that your bread and butter is from the industry side is academic institution, and the ultimate goal of a major stakeholder of the academic institution, namely the student, is the industry. And that's why this industry academia relationship must be very strong, and we must aspire to work together, try to make certain very interesting, explorative, high risk things in life, experiment a lot of things that would lead to something very concrete in this relationship. So let me start with what IIT Madras has done. IIT Madras, last 20 years, we had been looking at what we call as industry relevant projects. We had been requesting our faculty and students to take up things that are of very important national need, take up things that would be very useful to the industry, that has a very good market potential, that will ease the, or improve the quality of living in general, and also adhere to many national interests. So over the last 20 years, we have been working on what we call as transformational research, which is not just publishing, not just patenting, which is one step above publishing, but to take it out to a very interesting product that will have certain global relevance and market. In the course of this exercise, we found that the contribution of industry interaction is extremely important, so that the students start delivering something, technology that is useful and effective and productive. So with this as a background, around 2007, we had set up IIT Madras Research Park. Today, we host several major industries. In addition, we have more than 350 plus startups, with a recent evaluation of around 47,000 crores for the startups alone. We have 1 million plus square feet of area where all of them are hosted. And what we see is a very interesting synergy between the industry and the institution in terms of joint projects, in terms of cross recruitment. Some of the industry people come and lecture here as professors of practice, and our students get recruited there. Lot of internship activities, lot of exposures, and lot of joint development projects. Now, what is the issue and how are we moving forward specifically today? In the context of higher educational institutions in the country, and on one side, and industries of different kinds, the top major industries, then the MSMEs, then the startups. Now, where do we stand and how can we collaborate? I thought this can be a good sum up of this particular Connect 24. Friends, what we need here is to build a very good relationship that is based on trust and that is also based on a mutual respect. Today, every academic institutions sufficient number of patents. All IITs put together this year, we have more than 1,000 plus patents. Now, industry can come look at it and see how to commercialize this. And all these education institutions, including IITs, are not-for-profit institutions. And when you find some very interesting idea that will fit into your business, that you can commercialize it, the industry must have a large heart to say, yes, I am taking this idea and I will give you this much of license fee voluntarily. And if that happens without involving one litigation there, and if that happens itself, I think the collaboration between industry and academia will go to the next level. The academia also must look at popularizing their, their patents, their ideas, and see how industry and reach out to industry so that they could come out into a joint development agreement or a licensing agreement in this case, so that that patent essentially sees some commercial value. This open mind from both ends must be there to nurture this particular relationship. We are not seeing that happening at a large scale. Either it starts off with the academic institution trying to go and talk about some ideas, and then a lot of negotiation to do a license transfer. And friends, even if you don't, if you just take that idea, even knowing that there exists a patent there, many of the academic institution does not have the wherewithal to basically fight a litigation and get a royalty. I think that is very, very important. We must build trust. We must start recognizing each other. And if the industry can reach out to these academic institutions and start building that relationship, which is based on trust, which is based on mutual respect for each one, and a very open mind to take some knowledge and give a reasonable share of money. In this relationship between industry and academia, industry is certainly the Lakshmi component, the money component. Academia, of course, is the Saraswati component. And both of them need to come together if things have to flourish. Number two, academia has a lot of expertise and industry has a lot of problems. So there must be all these connect meets. I've been telling FICCI, NASCOM, CCI, CII, all these people that there must be a Swayamvaram where the problem meets the solution. There must be a platform today which we need to evolve, where the expertise of different faculty across education institution is available, and the industry now poses some of its very important problems, and then they go and start discussing, and then that should lead to very interesting, vibrant projects by which the industry can get certain solutions, say 2-3 solutions with 2-3 institutions, and select the best. And this type of what you call as research-based industrial consultancy, or what you call as industry relevant research. This must be nurtured. Always, when you land up with a problem, when you land up with a pressing pain point in your process, when you start developing solutions, which many industry today believe they can do it, why to go to an academic institution? The solution will be based on what existing process you have and probably aligning to this. This out of the box solution will basically come from the industry, will basically come from the academia. Because academia will think differently and you have a large probability of getting some out of the box solution for many of your pain points. And that's extremely important. This must grow. The industry must come forward to tell out some of their pain points, and the academia should find certain experts who can look into this problem and come out with a solution. And this also should be, right, very, very benevolently funded, right? Right, and that's very, very important. So this is number 2, which I believe we must take forward. The third industry academia collaboration that we must aspire are the students. Many of the institutions today have what we call as many of the institutions today have 1 semester break for internship. So, and now there must be a very robust internship program which is enabled by some of these industry consortiums, wherein, and a good selection process by which the intern comes, they work on the industry and they look for a prospective employment also there. Internship is a very interesting way by which we can run large scale projects at a very, very low cost. I must tell you, friends, some of the major projects I have taken, including the Shakti microprocessor development, all started with interns spending a year on that project, then writing GATE, coming into our PhD program or MS program, and continuing on that project. So internship is a very, very important activity that industry and academia should start working on it. To facilitate this, we have created a Swayam Plus platform. L&T EduTech is a part of the Swayam Plus platform, wherein we allow the industry to basically come and put their courses. It can be also paid courses. And the candidates can take these courses. There is a program implementation committee which basically looks at giving credits for these courses. So far, industry courses were not given credits in the university curriculum. Now we are enabling that. And the AICTE has come out, AICTE and UGC has come out saying that 40% of your courses can be taken online, in which 20% of them can be skill-oriented courses. So 20% of your total credits can be today skill-oriented courses. And that is very, very interesting. Now, industry can come to platforms like Swayam Plus and upload certain prerequisite courses for their internship. Swayam Plus is a very rigorous platform. It does proctored evaluation, very serious evaluation. So if an industry is interested in such expertise, they can look at Swayam Plus, they can put some of their own training materials as courses. They can also look at the set of courses, and now the industry can prescribe, if a candidate has cleared these courses with sufficiently large marks, they can put some cutoffs, etc. then they will consider them for interviewing for an internship. Friends, wealth of every industry today are the employees. If you don't have employees, your company goes. Now, recruiting that employee is going to be extremely crucial for you. Now, this is a methodology by which you can see some IIT level rigor examinations being conducted on the topics of your choice, and there is a score given, and based on that score you can first interview. Of course you interview and select, but you can please at least call these people for interview, and there is a very nice, very high probability that you will find more people who are much more aligned to your organization, and by hiring them you increase your what you call as the latent wealth of your organization. I think this is a very interesting development that we have, the Swayam Plus. If interested, you can basically contact us, IIT Madras. We can give you the next steps, and we would like to have many of the industry participating in this. So friends, when we look at the next 20-30 years, already we are seeing very less subscription to core courses. We have a very big surge in AI and ML and high frequency trading and consulting. Gone are those bright civil engineers, mechanical engineers. Very few of them want to stick to this. At least that is what's happening in many of the premier higher education institutions. And this is a lot of concern, because when we look at the multi-trillion economy that we aspire, we need civil engineers, we need mechanical engineers. Right? So the only way by which we can make a mechanical engineer or a civil engineer not driven towards the high frequency trading but stick to our jobs here is to make them entrepreneur. If they start owning the idea, there's a less likely chance for them to quit and go to some other field. Now, a lot of important things, basically people sticking to core engineering discipline is one of the most important things, comes out because of this industry academia collaboration. Before I sum up, I have one more minute given to me, so I have to wind up at 4:15. Before I sum up, friends, we have a very interesting decade ahead of us. This is Bharat's decade. This is the point we are going to grow. Our GER, the gross enrollment ratio from +2 to higher education, is at 27 to 28%. And people who pursue this higher education because of lack of quality teachers, etc., here and there, they are not immediately suiting to the industry. All these steps that we have listed here, we have deliberated here, will enable institutions to bridge the gap that exists between the student and the industry. The blame can be on the teachers who could not convey the subtopics well. The blame can be on the student who did not learn properly. The blame can also be on the syllabus. Blame can be also on the industry because they may not have talked of their roadmap to others. So there is now a pressing need to bridge this gap. And we have made certain inroads in terms of Swayam Plus, which I explained, etc. But I'm sure we need to keep talking, connecting more, so that we really see a very vibrant, assuring environment for all our young students aspiring to be successful in their life.
With the session, I would like to. Are there any questions by the audience who would like to? Okay, since we have a time crunch, we'll move on with the session. Again, thank you, Dr. Kamakuti, for addressing us. With this, we would like to go on to the next session, which is the SPOC, institutional SPOC recognitions. I would like to invite Krishna to take this session forward.
Hi, a very good evening, everyone. I hope you all had a really wonderful time at the summit here. Now it's time for the SPOC recognition ceremony. In every journey, there are those people who walk the extra mile, those who take on challenges with a smile, and those who stand as pillars of support when it matters the most. For us, those pillars are our spokes, the single point of contact within each of our partner institutions. These remarkable individuals, they wear many hats. They inspire students to embrace new opportunities. They ensure that every detail is getting taken care of. And they do all this while balancing their own demanding roles within their institutions. It's not easy, and it's not always recognized. We would like to honor them, honor their commitment, their passion, and their dedication. You are the champions of change in your institutions, the ones who push the boundaries and make things happen. As a token of our deepest appreciation, we would like to present each of them with a memento. This is a small gesture to say thank you. Thank you for everything you do, for every student you have inspired, and for every effort you have taken to ensure the success implementation of our programs. Now, I would like to invite the spokes from the representative colleges. In order-wise, I would like to call them on stage, and if the spokes are not present, I would like to call the representatives to join us. And in this regard, may I welcome Mr. Sanjay, the Chief Executive of L&T EduTech, and Ms. Febin, Head College Connect Business, to join us on the stage to grace the ceremony and to present the mementos. So, first, I would like to invite the spokes from Aditya Group of Institutions. Aditya Group, since August 2022, they have been a key partner in our journey. Over the course of over 4 semesters, their collaboration has positively impacted over 2,000 learners, marking a significant milestone. And we would like to honor Dr. Swaminathan, Professor Nagasai, and Dr. B. Rammohan Reddy from Aditya Group. Professor Nagasai is here with us. And Sitharam VC is also here to grace the occasion along with Febin and Sanjay. I request the audience to cheer for them. Next, I would like to welcome the spoke from Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham, Dr. Lalit Prakash. I request Dr. Lalit Prakash to come forth. Our partnership with Amrita University has been quite invaluable. The constructive feedback and support has given us significant improvements in our offerings, in refining our features and enriching the content. So I request Dr. Lalit Prakash to come forth. Next, I would like to call upon Dr. V. Meena Kumari from Anna Adarsh College for Women. As the first arts and science institution in Chennai to partner with us, Anna Adarsh College has engaged nearly for over 1,000 learners in our programs. And here we have Dr. Meena Kumari from Anna Adarsh. May I now call upon Ms. Esmita Gupta from BK Birla College.
Oh, bring me up. on the clock, put me on top, everybody drop.
Most valued partners across engineering and arts and science domains, we have successfully delivered programs to their multiple campuses, including those in Bangalore and NCR region. Now, I would request spokes from Dr. LBC College, Dr. Madhukumar and Professor Bhujang Rao to join us on the stage. As the first institution in Vizag to partner with us, Dr. LBC College has engaged over 500 students in our employability skilling programs and integrated programs so far.
I'm on the clock, put me on top, everybody drop.
Next, may I request spoke from Dr. NGP College of Arts and Science, Dr. PB Bhanudevi, and in her absence, I would like to call upon the representatives, Mr. Chandrabose and Mr. Balaji, to join us on the stage.
Oh, run me up, I'm on the clock, put me on top, everybody drop.
May I now call upon the spoke from JPR University, Dr. Arokya Ranjit, to join us on the stage. JPR University has been engaged with us for the largest IT integrated program within Chennai region and is engaged with more than 500 students per batch. May I now call upon spoke from KPR Institute of Engineering and Technology, Dr. Kavita, to join us on stage. And as all of you might be knowing, KPR is one of our founding customers. They have witnessed our journey right from the beginning, and they're the first to place the trust on us. May I request Dr. Anil Rana from Mahe MIT to join us on the stage. I request Dr. Anil Rana from Mahe MIT. May I request Dr. Vidya from Mahindra Engineering College to join us on the stage. So in the absence of Vidya, we have Mr. Shanmugam joining us from Mahindra Engineering College. They have been involved with us in multiple models of skilling programs. Now I may request Ms. Mary Lizzie from Muthoot Institute of Technology to join us on the stage. Muthoot Institute of Technology in Kerala has demonstrated agility and versatility throughout their engagement over the past 3 semesters. And we have Ms. Mary Lizzie on the stage. May now call upon the spoke from Nehru College of Arts and Science, Dr. S. Saraswati, and in her absence, Mr. Anirudhan is joining us. He is the principal of Nehru College of Arts and Science.
Oh, run me up, I'm on the clock. Put me on top, everybody drop.
Now, I may request the spoke from NMAMIT and NMIT, the NITE group of institutions. We would like to honor Dr. Niranjan, Dr. Melvin Rajesh, Dr. Nagaraj, and Dr. Sudhir Reddy. I request Dr. Parameshwaran, sir, who is here with us, the director of NITE Education Trust, to join us on the stage as we present the mementos.
Oh, run me up, I'm on the clock. Put me on top, everybody drop.
May I now request the spoke from SDNB Vaishnav College for Women, Ms. Anju Jacob, to join us on stage. Ms. Anju Jacob. Now, may I request Dr. Anbu Thambi, Head Strategy and Marketing, and Mr. Sri Chand, Head Enterprise Solutions, to join on stage to present the mementos. May I now call upon Dr. G.L. Sharma from Sikkim Manipal Group to come forth to receive the memento. As one of the first partners based in Northeast, Sikkim Manipal has been a pioneering collaborator with us. May I request Mr. Sumit Mitra from SOA University to come forth to receive the memento. As a prominent institution in Odisha, they have been a valued partner for the past 3 semesters with us, maintaining a continuous and productive collaboration with us. Meanwhile, may I request the representative from Sri Ishwar College of Engineering. In the absence of Mr. Vimal, I request Mr. R. Srinivasan to join us on stage.
Oh, run me up, I'm on the clock. Put me on top, everybody drop.
Next, I would like to invite the spokes from SVCET Group to join us on stage. We have spoke recognitions for Dr. Mohan Babu, Dr. Lognanda Reddy, Dr. Jyotishwari, Dr. Damodara Reddy, Dr. Somasuntaram, Dr. Vijay Kumar, Dr. Vijay Bhaskar Reddy, Dr. Lavanya, Dr. Kamla, Dr. Moses Dain, and Mr. Rajkumar. I request the spoke and representatives from SVCET to join. So they have been demonstrated like a remarkable commitment with institution-wide engagement. Over 4,000 learners have been enrolled in our programs, and the entire student journey of SVCET is with L&T EduTech team. I request Sanjay to join on stage.
The entire college is with L&T EduTech. That's why you will find so many spokes. The 4,000 students are with us.
on top, everybody drop.
May I now request the spoke from Women's Christian College, Dr. Elizabeth and Dr. Saran, to join us on stage.
Oh, run me up, I'm on the clock. Put me on
Thank you
top.
all. I request Dr. Saran and Dr. Elizabeth from WCC. The Women's Christian College, they have been engaged with us for the past 2 semesters with our soft skilling programs, and they're expanding their participation to include more courses in arts and science domain.
Oh, run me up, I'm on the clock. Put me on top, everybody drop.
So let's give a heartfelt round of applause to all our spokes. Their dedication, hard work, and the belief in what they do are the reasons we are able to achieve so much together. Thank you all from the bottom of our hearts. Let's continue to build, inspire, and make a difference together. And with that, I would like to request Dr. Parameshwaran, NITE Education Trust, to join us on stage. He would like to say a few words.
Oh, run me up, I'm on the clock. Put me on top, everybody drop.
Thanks to the Educational Trust, L&T EduTech, to call me to share some of the experiences on the integrated program, how it is originated from our place, which has taken as a banyan tree now. I'm being a structural engineer, also I've done the, out of interest, done the first PhD in industry collaboration in NITTR before 15 years. The analogy of the entire industry institute collaboration has been done in integrated program, which has been done at NITE Educational Trust. We have 3 campuses, 2 at Mangalore, 1 at Bangalore. In our core engineering, civil and mechanical, we had integrated programs. So how it has been derived? It is a journey of 1.5 years, discussion with both with L&T and L&T EduTech. The entire industry institute collaboration is something like our Hindu marriage. The Hindu marriage, the first phase consists of interactions. The interaction takes place nearly 7 to 8 months to find a correct bride and bridegroom. When the interaction becomes stronger, then it will be a systematic interaction where you will have sharing of horoscopes. When the systematic interaction is strengthened, then they'll go for collaboration on the stage, Mangalya Dharanya, they will do it, where the marriage take place. But that is not over. Then partnership starts. So partnership starts at the end of the life, which consists of more emotion and trust. If the emotion and trust is not properly made, the collaboration cannot go to the partnership level. This exactly happened in our industry institute collaboration with L&T and EduTech. We initially have 8 months on interaction. Then we have structured interaction for 4.5 months. Then we had MO signing for that collaboration, that is marriage happened between us 1.5 years before. And finally for the 1.5 years, we are having partnership where we are building trust between both the organization. This unique program is not like aspirin touching only on subject. It is having 3 verticals where you give value addition to the students, value additions to the faculty members, also value addition to the institution and our whole trust together. Value addition to the student, definitely from the first semester boot camp up to 8th semester, that domain which is select, it may be structural engineering, it may be transportation, it may be digital manufacturing, will be incorporated in this as a electives. Nearly 7 plus 2 boot camp. It is not only the subject. He is undergoing immersion program pertaining to the subjects. This is first value addition is getting. Second value addition is exposed to projects. Third valuation is exposed to the internship. Fourth valuation, as per quality standard of L&T, he'll be sit in the L&T interview. Suppose if he is not having L&T interview, what they will do, a skill platform is separate. It is already there in L&T, where nearly 250 industries has been signed in the MOU. The people who is not selected in L&T, their CV will go to the skill. So from there also they will get a call if the boy has the strength to break that interview. But we are confident the process which you are undergoing, definitely our students will break at a different stage at L&T, also their signatories who has with the L&T. This is with vector to vertical of student. What are the faculty members? Faculty members in the entire L&T EduTech will be facilitator because they are becoming a virtual teachers and we are the real teachers. So bringing the virtual teachers to the platform of classroom, the single point which they are given today to our people, their duty. So virtual teachers connected to the classroom, the real teachers plays the role of facilitator. That exactly they are doing. For that a training is required. So we call it as faculty immersion program at L&T. We select people from core engineering of civil and mechanical, and the curriculum, what they are going to study, thanks to the L&T EduTech and the L&T, the entire site which they are doing the entire courses has been identified meticulously for 6 months. After that, these people are exposed in the site also within the L&T, also L&T EduTech. So there is a synergy between virtual teachers, courses, and the student done by the single point of contact, which is very critical. So he also, in the meantime, get exposed to the industry need. This is on faculty vertical side. So what is on the institution side? Institution side, these programs are aligned to our NAC and the NBA. And I asked a few of your competitor also when they came. TCS and other things I don't want to mention. They told it cannot be aligned. 100% it can be aligned. 8% of L&T EduTech force can be aligned to NBA. 4.8% of total marks of NAC can be aligned. 8% of NARF can be aligned. In NEP, 24 classes can be aligned with these courses. If you deeply study these documents, you know the way how you can align. Because being a chairperson of implementation plan of our entire trust, I worked for 1.5 years along with 54 Board of Studies members, which inclusive of medical health, science and humanities, engineering technology. I understood clearly the entire NEP is fulcrum on industry-institute collaboration. Unless otherwise we understood it properly, we cannot make the wing fast. So after it comes inside, now we are working with the help of our senior people, aligning this entire program into achieving with our accreditation and ranking. As a whole, for a management, what it gives? It gives a better ranking and better accreditation and better students, better faculty, and overall it is a holistic approach that I call it as an integrated program. So it's a thanks for the L&T EduTech management and very, very, very much support I got directly in person from my chancellor who has given this entire project 2.5 years before, Parameshwaran, these programs of core engineering should not die. You do something. So with this support only it is possible. In this August gathering, I also give a big thanks to our Chancellor, Mr. Vinay Hegde, is the son of Supreme Court Judge Hegde. So thank you very much for him, the confidence which he has on me, and our principals and faculty members, they have confidence on me. Also, long journey we had with L&T and L&T EduTech to make interaction, structure interaction, also collaboration and a partnership, and hope it will strengthen further. And the same thing also can flourish to all other institutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. As we conclude today's session, I invite Mr. Sandeep Das, Head Finance, to deliver a vote of thanks.
Good evening. Good evening, everybody. It's been an honor and privilege to stand before you today as we conclude a series of enlightening discussions. We have discussed about a lot of changes, and I have also read about a lot of changes, right from the time wherein Garry Kasparov in 1996 was defeated by Deep Blue, till the journey of recently wherein Lee Sedol, the world champion, was defeated by AlphaGo. We are seeing several changes and radical changes in the way the customer is behaving, the students are behaving. It's a cliche, but I would like to say change is the only constant. EduTech is just gearing up. We are getting ready for a marathon. When I say that, we have seen in the beginning how we started our journey from providing vocational skills, engineering courses, to 2024 fast forward, wherein we are talking about COE on emerging tech, launch of CBDT programs, assessments. We are ready for version 2.0. We have also heard from AICTE Chairman Professor G. Sitharam about how he is playing a catalyst role in enabling 4.3 crores students for the upcoming future. We have heard about several initiatives which we have taken in terms of SWIM Plus, startups, NEET, Innovation Council. We see ourselves a significant role towards the nation building. Our mentor, Dr. CJK, also emphasized on the visionary leadership of L&T, which always thinks 10 years and ahead, 10 years in the future. He talked about the skill gaps which we are having in terms of AI, big data, social skills, analytical skills. He also talked about how EduTech can play a major role in being the catalyst towards the progress which we want. Our CMD sir, Mr. SNS sir, talked about his vision of democratizing education. He mentioned examples about accessibility and affordability to the means of a chocolate, as simple as a chocolate. This tool, this initiative, which we have from L&T EduTech, is one step forward to achieving that vision. Our earlier president, Dr. R.K. Narayan, had mentioned dreams is not that what we see when we are asleep. Dreams is that what doesn't let us sleep. The entire EduTech team for the last few weeks has been working towards this dream to launch today this initiative. And I'm very happy to say that we have been successful to see this dream and been able to realize. A big round of applause to everybody who has helped in this. Since the past few weeks, the number of hours which we have spent, everybody, right from the curating of those 1,500 courses, the different 50 domains, the pathways, the course pathway, it has been a vision which we have seen, and we believed in that. So the first step of our dream has been realized as we aspire to a true north of engaging to the B2B, B2C segment. I also want to thank all the panelists who have contributed their time, expertise, and visionary perspective. We have heard about several enlightening panel discussions from Dr. Jha, who is talking about MOOC as being a game changer, Dr. Rajul, who is talking about modulated learnings. We have heard Suman learn agility, and Dr. Subrahmanyan about educate, work, obsolete, and reconnect. I want to assure from L&T EduTech that the insights which we have gained will be followed up and will ensure that the insights from the industry experts, from the academia is implemented. Lastly, I would like to thank our management and mentors for their contributions and for the belief in L&T EduTech. A special thanks to L&T EduTech team for their tireless efforts, meticulous planning, and dedication that have ensured the smooth execution of this event. There are many people who are behind the scene. Thank you so very much for helping in concluding this. Lastly, I would like to say that this is just a beginning, and we would like to see you all in next year in L&T EduTech CONNECT 2. And I'm very happy with the words which we have seen or heard today are the boards which are already put. So there is some sort of telepathy wherein we are already connected to the vision and thoughts of all the leaders here. Thank you so very much. Please give me a round of applause to all for making this event a success.
Thank you, sir. I request everyone to stand up for the national anthem.
भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा चल यमुना गंगा उछल जलधि तरंग तव शुभ नाम जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत
Everyone downstairs. Thank you so much again.